some thoughts and keynotes that ignited minds. The indigenous artisan workshops brought the crafts alive and brought us all a little closer to our heritage. No doubt, it was a successful day one. I'm sure today's early riser heritage walk and the famous Jaipur kachori and jalebi breakfast must have pumped our audience with energy for our day ahead. So, without further ado, let us start with the proceedings of day 2. I would like to invite our esteemed sponsor from Decor Pro Asian Paints, Mr. Vishal and Mr. Saurabh, for a quick presentation on stage. So, over to you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for giving us the stage and present to you before, regarding the Decor Pro Asian Paints vertical.
पीपीटी आई हुई है पीपीटी आई हुई है चलो
So basically, the Decor Pro vertical of Asian Paints is a vertical wherein we cater to architects and interior designers. And we try to become a one-stop solution for all the interior designers and architects for all the categories of Asian Paints. Like in Asian Paints, as we all know, it's a paint company, but not anymore because we have ventured into various other categories, and which is why we have named this vertical as Decor Pro, because we have various segments of decor which we have ventured into. For example, like we have started with bath fittings, we have started with kitchens, modular kitchens, wardrobes, furnitures, fabrics, and various other categories like windows, right? And this vertical has been designed in such a manner that for every architects and interior designers in every cities and towns, we try to be a one-stop solution, one point of contact, and provide a dedicated service. As you can see, the past, we have started in 2012 with almost 7,000 plus ADs onboarded. And we also, we have this beautiful home stores which have come up in various metro cities in like Delhi, Mumbai, Kolkata. We have also started in tier 2, tier 3 cities like Jaipur, Kota, and we are coming up with more stores. So this year we're planning to have a double number of stores from last year. So basically how it works is, when we talk about architects and interior designers, you're practicing in your specific towns and states. So we provide with you a dedicated relationship executive who will get in touch with you. And you have any requirement from Asian Paints, be it paints, be it site consultation, be it any complaints or any catalog requirements. So you can get in touch with that relationship executive and he or she will be providing you with all the details.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation, sir, and your immense support to us for IIDC 2023. I would now like to request I would request you to please be on the stage for felicitation. And I would now like to request Honorary Secretary Architect Ashish Kala to please come up on the stage and felicitate our sponsors. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. And now we move ahead towards the most awaited part of the morning. I would like to invite Architect Karl Almeida to please be on the stage, while I request Architect Rajendra Puri to please come up and extend a very warm welcome to our keynote speaker, and also introduce him to the audience. So please be seated.
Oh, you see it?
A huge round of applause for our keynote speaker, Architect Karl Almeida. Over to you, sir.
Carl, first of all, I must say that we are all thankful that you are here. Carl is an Indian by birth with Australian nationality, residing in Bangkok for the past 21 years, where he's a managing partner at P49 Design, an international design company specializing in interior design for hospitality projects. I believe he does some commercial projects also. That's what he had told me last time when we met. P49 Design, established over 30 years ago, is the largest specialized interior design firm in Thailand, with a team in Bangkok and Shanghai working on numerous hospitality projects worldwide in regions across China, India, Australia, Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and in places as far as Switzerland and Tahiti. Carl graduated with dual degree of Bachelor of Architecture Studies and Bachelor of Architecture, both from University of Adelaide, South Australia. He has been practicing architecture and interior design for 14 years, previously in Australia, and now 21 years in Thailand, focusing solely on interior design. Sorry? No, it's little. At P49, Carl is responsible for creative direction, business development, and overall execution of hospitality projects in numerous countries throughout the world. It's all over. I mean, he's all over, from China to Malaysia to Oman to... he continues designing hotels and resorts for the world's foremost hotel operators, including Accor, Intercontinental Hotels Group, Hilton, Marriott, Hyatt, and Taj, to name a few. I want to also stress that in India also he has done a fair amount of work, including Fairmont Hotels in Mumbai and Agra, Raffles Udaipur, Taj Amer, Jaipur, Leela Palace Resort, Jaipur. I feel at the rate Carl is designing, soon he'll be building on other planets also. We all at Triple ID JRC wish him the best. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Rajinder, for the introduction. It's great to be back in Jaipur. I was actually here just a few months ago for the pre-opening of the Taj Amer. And it's so great to see that the hotel's finally open. And from what I hear, it's been very successful. And owners have, provided great feedback that it's going really well for them. So, in fact, the hotel was pushed forward with the opening because my client, Vijay, wanted to have his wedding over there. So that happened just a few weeks ago. And so big congratulations to Vijay. He's not here, but I'll be going to see him tomorrow, hopefully. Before I start, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Indian Institute of Interior Designers, Jaipur Chapter Managing Committee for inviting me here. And to Sheetal for arranging everything for me. He's probably sick of me by now because I've been a bit of a pain in getting my arrangements done, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Prior to COVID, I used to speak quite regularly at conferences. And this is actually my first speech in more than 3 years. So I can't think of a better place to do it. So thank you for having me. And it's my start back into talking publicly again. In the past, my talks used to be about narratives and storylines and how those kind of things can have impact on design and can channel your journey through a hotel in a very kind of experiential way. But today, I want to keep it pretty easy, pretty simple, and easy on the brain, and maybe just a bit of a feast for the eyes. I know you have many other distinguished speakers at the conference for the next, yesterday and today and tomorrow, including Colin from London. I know you spoke yesterday, Colin. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. Alessandro from Milan, and then your own living legend, Sanjay Puri. So, I know these are all highly intellectual, highly skilled designers, and so I'm going to leave it to them to give you intellectual talks. Mine's going to be a very light version, very kind of fun to look at, and hopefully very pleasant on the eye. So today is really more about a journey into the world of P49, what we do. I want to introduce you to who we are, the kind of work that we do, and I don't really, I'm not trying to explain anything to you today. I just want you to see that, it's an exciting job that we do, and there's unlimited potential. So, even though we only do hotels, the potential, and I hope you'll see it, is the variety, the style, and the difference. And just through simple creativity, thought process that has a clear vision, and maybe sometimes introducing a little bit of a storyline or a narrative really helps in defining a project and keeping a design maybe with an edge better than some other projects, which are a little bit more straightforward. We like our work to have a little bit more theme and a little bit more personality. So just finally, my previous talks, we maybe talked about 4 hotels for about an hour. But today I'm going totally different. You're going to get about 40 hotels. So it's going to be...
Hello.
Okay, all right. Yeah, perfect. So, P49's been around for over 30 years, and we basically specialize in hospitality projects. In Thailand, we do offer corporate offices and banks, interior design. We're solely interior design, I should mention. But outside of Thailand, our work is 100% hotels. That's it. We don't do anything else. Hotels and resorts in about 35 countries currently. We have a team in Bangkok of around about 125 people right now. I have a team in Shanghai and Guangzhou of around 20 people. So we're always around about 50 people. 150, sorry. These are my partners. So on the left-hand side, we have Pao. She's the founder of P49. She's semi-retired right now. In the middle is my partner, Chakrapong. We can call him Chuck. And myself. So between Chuck and myself, all projects that come out of P49 are under one of us. So Chuck also has a great history in India. One of the first projects he did was the renovation of the Imperial New Delhi. That was about 20 years ago. So that's the first project we did that kind of launched us in India. And from then, it's been quite a good journey. In fact, he's in Mumbai right now, working on something with ITC. In terms of collaboration, who we work with pretty well all the major hotel operators, from Intercontinental, Hyatt, Hilton, Marriott, Accor, probably about, if you count all their sub-brands that we work for, and we work with only a certain sector, generally between 4 and 5 star. We're probably working around about 40 different brands currently, or not currently, in our kind of experience. So if you can see the spread over here, so this is the kind of countries we're in. It's about 35 countries currently. All work, all design comes out of our office in Bangkok. Doesn't matter if it's in China, India, anywhere, from my one office in Bangkok, from my team over there. So all the knowledge is very controlled from a single point. So we can maintain continuity of style and the way we design. India, I think you might be interested in this. So these are the kind of places where we're currently operating in India, or where we have projects. So pretty well across, the main cities. And in the red is where we are currently working in India. So between Chuck and myself, this is where we currently have projects. So India's been a great market for us for over 20 years. And everything I'm showing you today is quite recent, so I'm not going back 5 years, 10 years, so this is just recent, current stuff. There's about 30 projects there in India that are reasonably recent. So it's been a great market for us, and we're committed to being in India. China is also a great market for us. We've been there for about 20 years as well. Pretty well the same time we moved to India, we moved to China. We're pretty well in the eastern part, half of China, but equally we've got about a 25% of our business is based out of China as well. So again, recent projects and current projects, there's about 30 to 40 hotels there that are recent to current, from Intercontinental, Marriott. So you can see we pretty well work with the major operators, and one thing they know that because we deliver, consistency in our product for years and years, and I think that's one of the keys, to be consistent. They just letting us be involved in their projects. So that was enough of the talking part, so we'll now get a little bit more visual. I'm going to start and show you some of our works that we've been doing in India, just to keep it kind of relevant, and to keep it even more relevant, we're going to talk about Jaipur first. So this is the Taj Amer. That was opened. We worked with architect over here and to deliver that project. It came out really very well, I have to say, and we're very, very proud of it. And I have to say that Taj equally is very proud of the way we've taken the brand of Taj and pushed it into a kind of a new direction or a new dimension, really. So I'm just going to not dwell too much about these things, but I'm going to touch a little bit about story. So for this project, we wrote a great storyline or a great narrative. This is just one page from like a 20-page document. But in summary, we took, the 4 gates of the city palace, and we assigned each of those gates to part of the hotel, and then we designed a part of that hotel relative to that gate. But there's many other sub-stories that we did to do with pottery, other things that influenced our design. But this is just a sub-story that we use. So just some background reference. So one of the things that I really wanted to do when I started this project was, Taj is it's a very conservative brand. It's got a great history and heritage here in India. And I felt that, maybe it's a personal thing, but I felt that we could push the brand and help it get, for the next 20, 30 years and contemporize it a little bit. So still maintain Indian heritage, still maintain culture, still look at history, but finding a way to do it in a very modern way. So this was our interpretation of a local solution in a very contemporary way. So that's actually our original design drawing, and that's an actual picture from the pre-opening. So one thing that we do at P49 is when we make our presentations, and most of my stuff I'm showing you today is the presentations, but we spend a lot of time at the front end. Everything we show in our drawings is pretty well built exactly like that. So we think about it first, we include lighting first, we do all of that up front. And then when you see that, it's pretty well you're going to get that. So that's how we operate. It's very front-end oriented, our design process. Lobby lounge, all-day dining. So there are sub-stories between all these areas, including into the bar. And then the room, again, quite a fresh, cleaner version of what you'd normally expect from a Taj property. And since then, we've just started work on the new Taj at Delhi Airport. So the Taj was very happy with this project, and now we're doing something brand new for them at Delhi Airport. But as you can see, very clean, still got your touch, your cultural references. You've got your references for peacocks in there as well, all very subtle, but it's all there. I think what we do is we don't provide obvious design, we provide interpreted design. I think that's one of the key things to our strategy. This is the Westin in Powai Lake in Mumbai. We've been working with chalet hotels for a very long time. In fact, we did the Renaissance renovation a while ago, and then when they rebranded, we did the whole renovation to Westin as well. So this is the new look for the lobby, which is already open. This is Mayuchi. It's a little Japanese restaurant and bar facing Powai Lake. We're currently extending this and maybe, not necessarily, maybe almost tripling the size of this restaurant. So it's currently going to be, it'll be starting construction very soon. But this part's already open. All-day dining downstairs. You can see, the style is much fresher, much lighter, much more sense of kind of residential hospitality than traditional, hotel values. That's something we really try and do in our work. Residential, make people feel comfortable, make people feel warm. It's not just about, trying to impress them with silver and gold. That doesn't work for us. Maybe in this hotel, we had to do slightly different, and compared with Taj, this is Raffles Udaipur, which is already open, and this is a new constructed building, but obviously it's palace inspired, and so our original sketch drawing. Sorry, the color's a bit intense on the screen. It's much softer than that, but it's taking it into this whole palace kind of style, very rich. This is the writer's bar just off the lobby, going back, very kind of heritage based, but the location of this hotel is absolutely incredible. So if you do get a chance to go to Udaipur, come over to this lake. It's really so quiet, very amazing. We were lucky with the project. The owners and Accor let us go pretty far with the interiors. So, this is the quality of the bedrooms over there. It's very rich, very plush. This hotel's actually doing very well in the wedding business currently. This is what it is. So, very rich, very ornate, very detailed, but still has that sense of feeling comfortable and rich without being, too posh in the sense. hand-painted murals, things like that, all working really well. The spa really takes it to another level of opulence. It's quiet, yet it's luxury, and it's feminine at the same time, and it's still royal at the same time. So, it came out very, very well. And, although this is my original design drawing, it looks exactly like that. Sorry for the colors. It's much harsher on the screen than it is in the actual design. It's much softer. Looks a bit intense on that screen. So this one's an interesting one. This is actually, it says JW Marriott on the screen, JW Marriott Resort here in Jaipur. So we designed it as JW Marriott, and it was opened as JW Marriott for a couple of years, and now you'll probably know it as the Leela Palace. So this is the Leela Palace currently. But again, brand new building, but trying to bring a sense of that opulence into it. And this one did have a slightly higher sense of grandeur about it. It's still very rich from the lobby lounge, and then you go to the pre-function areas for the ballroom. And then, inside the ballroom, very rich, using mirrors on the ceiling, very detailed fretwork to create really, I guess with this kind of style, it's more about layers, whereas when we did Taj, it was about stripping back layers and trying to minimize, something I learned a long time ago. If it doesn't need to be on a page, don't put it on the page, take it off. So it took me the first 10 years of my career, I was putting more and more into the design, and then the next 10, 20 years, I started taking everything off. And so that's where we are right now. If you can find a sense of restraint, but not for all projects. Projects like this demand sort of extra. This is a specialty restaurant, absolutely incredible. It's all done with mirrors. And, the mirrors was inspired by, obviously, a room in the palace. But everything there is with mirrors, and when we designed it, we wanted no light. Sorry, Colin. It was all done with candles. And so everything's based on reflections on the wall and ceiling, and it's incredible. And then the spa again. So most of our projects have spas these days. It's a common theme, but again, quite a rich style for this hotel. I'm going to show you some stuff later that shows you extreme opposite ends of style. So this one's the Fairmont in Mumbai. This is about a 550-room hotel. It's touching the airport, Mumbai International. So if you know the JW Marriott, this is between the JW Marriott and the airport. So it's actually touching the fence of the airport. It's under construction, should be open, I'd say, in about another year. With Fairmont, and for this hotel, the owner liked Art Deco style, so we worked with him to create a slight reference to Art Deco. So the whole ceiling's kind of a backlit ceiling, and then little Art Deco references within a slightly, elevated sense of grandeur. So you'll notice that the style in India, that for certain of the stuff is quite layered. When I show you the Chinese style, you'll see a totally different style, because the market over there is very different. This is a little greenery coffee shop just off the lobby on the left-hand side. So you've got sort of this space in the middle. If you go to the left, you've got this space. And then if you go to the right of the lobby, you've got this space. So totally different moods, left to right. So this is the lobby bar, very dark, very kind of music-inspired at night, very leather, kind of gentleman's club, while the other one on the left-hand side, much more feminine, much more fresh. But then when you go to our restaurants, very busy, very, because there's about 11 kitchens, show kitchens in this restaurant. So it's very intense, a lot of different style going on. And then a specialty restaurant as well. So very, very rich at the same time, but that fits in well with the brand of Fairmont. Lots of boardrooms, lots of meeting rooms. Club lounge, this is just part of the executive club lounge over there. So, and then all of this. So imagine 550 rooms. We've got a lot of outlets, a lot of things going on, and a great sense of richness, because Fairmont is one of Accor's top brands. And so, it's above Sofitel, it's above So. It's something that they value they're very proud of this brand. So it does take a very strong design skill to deliver this kind of ideal. Like all major projects, we don't try and spend too much money in the room, and we try and max the money out in public areas. That's a good tip. Keep your rooms reasonably efficient, reasonably simple. 70% of the costs are usually ascribed to the rooms. So if you can be cost effective with rooms, you can maximize your public area budgets. And that's one of the strategies that we do. So, design also has, with good design is actually good skill in making materials look better than they really are. Lighting from Colin helps make things look better. So it's not about using the most expensive materials to get the best result. Good skill comes from using cheaper materials or more cost-effective materials and making them look special. So you'd be surprised that everything you saw was not exactly as amazing materials as you think. It's just a good way to show it. So moving to the other side of the world, we're going to China. This is the Grand Hyatt Suzhou. So what you'll see is that the style that we do in China is very, very different for the style that is accepted or, required in India. The Chinese style has evolved significantly in the last 5 years. Previously, it was a much more traditional style. They were influenced by many countries and was like a mishmash of things. So it's a little bit of a chaos in their style. But now they're moving ahead with a style that's much cleaner, much more contemporary. And I'll show you some stuff that's even cleaner than this. But it's still, very grand. Chinese projects are a very kind of big scale, but it's a cleaner style than what you see in our work that we do in India. And so, style does change country to country, and that's something to learn with, I guess just through working in countries, we know what we can, what's expected. So indoor pool, every hotel in China has an indoor pool. This is a lovely project. This is the Indigo in Anji. Last week, it just was awarded Best Hotel in China. And so we're very proud of that. It's only been open for a few months. So this is the architecture. The interior, very clean, but very warm, matte finish materials everywhere. A lot of the style we do these days is trying not to use too many glossy materials. It's about matte finishes to keep it real. Glossy finishes don't absorb light well, and you end up seeing fittings and things like that. So we like, the light to do the purpose that it needs to do, which is enhance rather than just, show the fittings. So lobby lounge, we like playing with shadow, with light. I think it's great effects that, our stuff's a little bit more theatrical sometimes. It's the restaurant. So when we did the rooms, actually the whole hotel had a story, and most of our work does have a story, but today I'm not going to explain too many stories. But for the rooms, we did 2 room types, and we created 2 stories. So this area is, there's a lot of snow in this area, and there's also a lot of tea plantations. So we did 1 room concept based on Anji, which is the location, in the snow. So it was a snow concept. And then the other one we did as an inspiration of tea plantations. So those are the 2 concepts, and this is how it resulted in the room. So that's our Anji in the snow room. So again, you can have an idea, but you don't have to deliver that idea exactly. It's how you interpret it and still deliver something clean, memorable, functional, cost-effective, and all these parameters that get things built. And the thing, most of our work is built. It's like you don't design things that are unaffordable, can't be built. We're very practical, and we make sure our stuff gets built. So this is Anji in the snow. Bathrooms, super clean. The walls are all done in profiled marble. You know, in China we have much stronger budgets, so it's clean but great material. And then this is our concept for Anji, the tea plantation. We did a very different room plan for this. So we had the previous room type and this room type in the same hotel. And then how do we translate a tea plantation into an interior? This is what we did. So we interpreted the terraces of the tea, into basically we saw it as layers. And so the whole walls, these three-dimensional layers of wood. It's not done in wood, it's actually done by synthetic, but it just, hundreds and hundreds of profile layers of wood. Our original concept was wood, but that came out as too expensive, so we came up with a concept with a manufacturer that made this cost-effective. But that's basically the room as it is now. Also in China, I think a lot of my work I'm going to show you today is China. So Renaissance, this is Renaissance Beijing. We wrote a really good story for this one. So basically, it's basically called the Juntun life. Juntun life means the life of the warrior. So the location of this project was essentially on the path where all the warriors went on their horses through the mountains to battle, against the Mongols and all the warring factions. So the location is very important in that sense. So we ended up interpreting that idea of this military life on the road, being transient, never being in one place. You're camping for the night. So that's how we interpreted our concept and turned that into a very modern interior. We then took that basic concept and we broke it down into different parts of the hotel. So all our stories have a master story, and then all the areas have sub-stories or sub-chapters within the main master. So that's essentially how we do our projects, under a master narrative. Yep, so you can see that, for the all-day dining, we based it on the farming concept. For the R-bar, which is the lobby lounge, we did that as a horse stable. So it's all little parts to do with a really singular storyline of the Juntun life. But how does that translate to reality? So for example, for this project, we attacked the porte cochere as well. We took that under our control. And so the whole ceiling of the porte cochere is basically done in the metal armor that the warriors wore when they went to battle. But it's an interpreted version of it. But it's symbolic. So it's just taking an idea and then having fun with it. With Renaissance brand, we can actually have a lot more fun than other brands. Into the lobby, the whole back wall, which is static in this screen right now, unfortunately, but in our presentation when we did it, it was all moving. So that's all digital projections in the back of reception. And in the ceiling, we've got fabric. That fabric is actually a fabric which can be connected to computers. And those computers can project images into the fabric. So the whole ceiling, those hanging objects in the ceiling, all have images in 3 dimensions, in them. So there's movement in the lobby that's not shown in this slide, but in reality, there's the whole movement of going to battle, all in slow motion. In the lobby bar, which is the R bar, in the ceiling over here, part of it is mirrors, part of it is LED panels as well. So in the daytime, the LEDs are off, but at nighttime, when we turn this into a club, the LEDs come on and the whole vibe of the bar changes. So how spaces change from day to night is also significantly important in interior. Every operator wants to maximize how much money they can make from the hotel. So you don't want a space that's fantastic in the day but dead at night, or vice versa. So it's how do you maximize operating revenue from a singular space. That's a really critical aspect in interior design for public spaces. This is the Chinese restaurant, the a la carte of the Chinese restaurant. You can see the specification on this hotel is a very high specification. China, really, as I said, the budgets are very high. The expectations of design are very, very high over there. This is a typical private dining room in the Chinese restaurant. There's about 8 of these rooms in the Chinese restaurant, in addition to what I showed you was the public area dining. So that's how they do a Chinese restaurant over there. Okay, so we come out of the lifts into the lift lobby in the tower. So you can see all these sort of analogies referring back to horses or travel, using leather, things like that. There are all subtle associations to that Juntun life, but in a very interpreted way. The floor, you can see sort of these horseshoe shapes. They're actually not in the floor. Those are all done in projections. Those projections are controlled by movement. So if a guest comes out of the lift, all the floor patterns will move relative to the guest's movement. So it's not about static design. It's also about design that moves, makes you feel, just makes you think. And I think that's part of the strategy of the way we design sometimes. Guest room corridor, again, having fun. Design shouldn't be serious all the time. So those saddles are actually fixed because the owner was very worried that the guests would end up taking the saddles. So we've actually had to fix them to the floor. And then coming into the guest room, again, clear references to the transient nature. So you can even see the pillow on the sofa. It's almost as if you're unrolling your mattress for the night, that kind of reference, but it's actually really a pillow. And then going into the bathroom, again, strong references to transient life, but in a really upmarket, high-quality way. Hyatt Place Chengdu, from the Renaissance style we did. This one, super clean. This really highlights what the Chinese style is at this point in time. This is where it's at. No fuss, very precise, very clean. Generally, this is a good summary of where the market in China currently is. Not across the board, but the cleanness of this style is where it's at. So you can see such a difference between the product in India versus the product in China, or whether what I do in Australia or Thailand is all slightly different. But you come to the room, still clean, efficient. This one, we also designed this as a JW Marriott. The whole project is our project. Just a part on the right-hand side is a 300-room hotel. And then everything on the left is all the villas. So we did everything that you can see. And very high quality spec. Again, it was a JW. It's not a JW right now. The owner decided to change the brand, unfortunately, 2 months before the hotel opened. So 3 years of working with the operator. And these things happen quite often, especially in China. But this is just the porte cochere. Yeah, so very, very high spec. Come into reception, a lot of use of wood, great use of ceiling installations, sculptures in the ceiling, that's what I mean. And then the whole design is based around courtyards, always connecting with the exterior landscape. One thing you'll find in interior, the more you can connect with the exterior, it's better for your interior. And natural light into all your spaces is a great asset. Indoor pool, yeah. And so there's about 12 different categories of room in this hotel. This is the cheapest room you can get in the hotel. It's entry category room. So that illustrates the quality of the specification in this room. The whole bedhead is done in leather. The whole vanity is done in marble, including curved marble. So super high spec, all with sort of engravings done in the marble as well. But at the end of the day, it's simple, functional design. I'm just trying to show you, all rooms are actually the same. A bed, a sink, a toilet, a shower, they've all got the same parameters, but you can see the solutions are endless. It just depends on how you interpret, how you understand what you need to deliver, who it's for, where it's for, what's the architecture. All of these things come into play. Another one that shows you a clean style in China, this is Hyatt Regency, Chengdu. Chengdu famous for the panda bear. Actually, I just want to stop on this slide. So one thing also at P49, we think bathroom design is critically important. Do not underestimate the value of a good bathroom design. So we put a lot of emphasis on great bathrooms. We love opening up bathrooms if it's culturally not insensitive. So if it's okay within the culture, we'll open it up for sure. Unless you get to a very big room, like 50, 60 square meters, you don't need to. But if you've got a 30, 40 square meter room, opening up a bathroom makes it feel so much bigger. It's a win-win for everyone. But keep in mind, all our bathroom concepts that are open can close. So actually there's hidden sliding doors behind there from both directions, and you'll get 100% privacy. So it's a great solution. And it works. So for any students, you have to trust me on that. This is another small project in China. Everything's bigger over there. This is Sri Panwa. It's actually a brand from Thailand that had one hotel, and a client in China liked that hotel so much, they said, we want you to make a brand for us in China using your private hotel. So this is what we're doing for Sri Panwa, China, in Hainan Island. Hainan is like their Hawaii. So fresh, clean, not too much color. Unlike this hotel, this is the So in Melbourne. Actually, from my meeting here, I'm flying to Melbourne for a meeting on this project in a day, I think tomorrow or the day after. Great project located on a park on the fringe of the city. We wrote an amazing storyline for this. I don't know if you don't know Melbourne. Melbourne's an incredible city, always voted in the top 5 cities in the world. Had a history of gold rush in about 200 years ago. And so I'm going to show you a little bit of the narrative that we did. Again, the narrative is like 30 pages long. I'm just going to show you about a few pages. But how we distilled Melbourne into a few pages, and then how we translated that into our design. So we discovered Melbourne through its history, which was the gold rush. Melbourne's heritage of colonial past with the British, and how the British brought their design details into Melbourne buildings. The culture in Melbourne, very inclusive. It's a very open culture. You can do anything over there. Everyone's welcome, no problem. So it's a fantastic city. And the streets and the back alleys, they've got great graffiti all through the city. So it's a very vibrant, it's not a clean, it's not this perfectly clean Zurich or Geneva. Melbourne's got its own amazing personality. So great things to work with. It's got great art in Melbourne. Art doesn't have to be a beautiful picture of Mona Lisa. Art can be a graffiti on a wall. It's as beautiful as that. So that's how we can interpret Melbourne. Incredible dining scene over there. And then also it's a strong fashion scene in Melbourne. And obviously we were on the park, so how do we bring that aspect into the interior? So this is what we're doing for the interior. We're taking, because Melbourne's a very gritty, kind of industrial city, we're bringing this industrial vibe to the interior of the So, and fusing Europe, the old British culture into it, modern culture, and industrial references at the same time. Bringing their coffee culture into the reception area. And for example, for the ballroom floor, it's actually, we designed the whole thing. This is not a traditional, this is pre-function for the ballroom. So our approach for the ballroom was to create a fashion show inside an industrial warehouse. So that's the concept for the ballroom. So this is pre-function, open ceilings. Even when we get to the ballroom, fully open, very non-traditional, but we took a storyline and we delivered a very Melbourne storyline into the interior. The pool area, indoor pool, basically it's the discovering gold, so it's the river of gold in the pool. And then this is the current design for the guest room. So reasonably clean, but still got some references to colonial architecture, some references to the brand, and then when we get into the bathroom, clean, a little bit of fashion references with the lighting detail. So very subtle, but it's all there. I can tell you everything, why it's there for a reason, why it's that material. In our stuff, nothing's there without a purpose. Everything has a purpose. In some cases, it might seem excessive, but it's not. There's a reason for it being there. If there's no reason, it's not there. Sofitel in Adelaide, that one, best hotel in Australia last year. We created a concept called Light and Flow because we were trying to associate with Sofitel brand. They always try to align with a city in France. So because Adelaide is a wine drinking country, We aligned that with Bordeaux in France. And so basically it's a river of wine that runs through the lobby. And also using light. Adelaide was discovered by a man called Colonel Light. So we took his name and we're using lighting concepts to deliver our design. It's also the city of churches and also city of wine. So that's basically the background storyline. It's also the art capital of Australia. And that's what we did for the interior. So it's fusing many kind of things from that background storyline. The ceiling chandelier, it's really our vision of the River Torrens running through Adelaide, fused with the River Seine running through Paris, and also fused with the idea of wine, of Bordeaux region. So it's the river of wine running through the lobby, bringing you from the porte cochere, dragging you through the bar. So, you know, when I explain it, you'll see that there's strong meaning in everything we do. But if you look at it, it's just a nice looking feature. And absolutely, I could explain everything about, you know, each little mural, everything in this drawing. Swimming pool, fantastic. We wanted to bring a little bit of old world elegance to the pool, so we've got chandeliers in there. This is on level 7, overlooking the middle of the city. So you're in the middle of the city, in a swimming pool, under chandeliers. Again, open bathroom concepts. As I said, we try and do them everywhere, and it does make rooms feel so much bigger. Strong references to our design storyline, as you can see. Adelaide, city of churches, so the lighting feature above the 2 chairs there. Actually, it's symbolic. If you go to a church, it's the altar boys holding candles above the church, you know, next to the priest. So that's our interpretation of the candles in a church turned into a ceiling installation. And everything there in the picture actually has a meaning. The wall behind the bed, the pictures in the wall, everything. From that, this is a project we're working on in Hua Hin, outside Bangkok right now. It's about 3 hours drive. This is the Unbound collection. It's a special collection of Hyatt. It's for unique projects with a unique storyline. So this is a brand new addition. It's a 100-room addition to an existing Hyatt hotel. But this will not look anything like that Hyatt. So this is set in a forest adjacent to the hotel. And with this project, we're playing with emotion and we're playing with senses. So it's all about reflections, movements, using water effects to create reflections and shadows. We're using lighting effects behind ledges to create movements. And actually, the whole thing was inspired by the movie Blade Runner. So our whole lighting concept and everything is based on the movie Blade Runner, if any of you know that, from, I think, 1980-something. But very kind of a surreal atmosphere is what we're trying to create, because it's a very clean, simple interior using natural materials that are warm, but really creating this ethereal kind of feeling. We really want you to escape when you enter this. This is just the reception. So very, very calm, very clean, you know, very overpowering, hopefully, in a very small space. And the bedroom, all natural materials, because it's basically set in the forest. In the shower, clean, simple references to, you know, you can see the terrazzo, it's cut in a certain way, but you go into the shower, it's a total surprise. Bright red marble inside the shower. So just because you've got standard design doesn't mean you can't have fun, can't be playful. So red marble enhanced with red light, just to create a little bit of surprise, which fits with this brand strategy. From that through to this, Mandarin Oriental, a very traditional luxury brand around the world. It's an Asian brand, but all across the world. So this is in Phuket, contemporary interpretation of Thai architecture. And then what we did for the interior was basically a Japanese Scandinavian mix with Thai detail. So I wanted this really kind of clean, simple aesthetic with Thai detail, and that's what we've got. And you know, Mandarin as a brand is trying to move forward as well from the traditional stereotype. I'm going to show you another Mandarin, which is totally different, but I'll explain why. Kempinski, this is right across from my office. It went through 3 layers of awards in the Asia Pacific Property Awards, and it ended up going from winning the Thailand category. It then won the Asia category, and then it won the All World category for the best lobby in the world. So that's the lobby there. So great architecture as well, but actually we influenced the architecture in this one. The architect had 2 separate buildings, and we wanted him to join it up because we wanted our lobby in the middle. So we forced the situation to create a central lobby, but he did a great job to come up with this idea. So this is basically the interior, and given it's a Kempinski brand, it's a very traditional brand from Geneva, we fused a kind of old world touch with this kind of avant-garde, almost like airport architecture. Lobby, this is a cigar bar. And right next to that, and I want to show, the reason I'm showing this is 2 projects side by side, same piece of land, same owner. We did them both at the same time. And this one's the Kimpton, but I just want to show you that even though you have the same parameters, you can come up with totally different solutions depending on different requirements. So this is a lifestyle brand. The Kempinski was a traditional value brand. And this is our entry into the hotel. You know, so it's a very aggressive, bringing Bangkok Street into the interior. So Bangkok's a really gritty city, but how do you make that refined and cool? That's what we tried to do. This also won Best Hotel in Thailand 2 years ago. Actually, we've won that award 4 years in a row. So this reception, you know, non-traditional. So using stone, wood, layers, all the art is made in Thailand. Everything's Thailand. The entire design team's Thai. The owner is actually I can't name the owner. It's the #1 in Thailand, so the whole team's Thai. Great use of material. Again, you'd be surprised that these are not expensive materials. Actually, it's using wood laminates, ceramic tiles. There's no marble, there's no gold, there's nothing. It's all really cost-effective materials done really well. And it just takes, experience and hopefully a little bit of skill to make some things look good. And you'd be surprised that these are not high budgets. So this is the all-day dining. It's the entire floor. Again, it's a fantastic outlet. Again, non-traditional. It makes you feel like you're in a restaurant. But then you go to the spa, it's a totally different journey. Having fun with the meetings floor. We did this as a photography studio, so every meeting room is based on as if you were going for a photo shoot. Yeah, so the ceilings, everything, the whole lighting concept, everything's inspired by a story. So hopefully you can see that when it's appropriate, a good story can really help you come up with ideas that are a little bit different. Otherwise, you have boring ceilings, boring walls. What's the point? That's just our way of looking at things. And then a standard room. Very contemporary, very nice, fantastic detail, a great attention to detail. And the point here is to try and make you feel like you're in a home. Whether it's little books, sculptures, things like that. Well, we worked with the operator. We were hoping that they could even put a picture of the guest on that shelf before they entered the room. It's stuff like that. That's how we think. It's all about experiences and making things memorable. So I showed you the modern Mandarin Oriental. I'm going to show you a traditional one. We did the building on the right. It's the Heritage Building. It's like their flagship property for Mandarin Oriental worldwide. It's 120 years old, very heritage-based. So the style we came up for that, you'll see so different to the new one that we're doing. This is what we did for that project. So we took a Thai colonial style, which was from the building period. And then we brought that into the interior. Yep, so same brand, different building, totally different design style. That's how things can affect your decision. I'm going reasonably fast because I can see the clock ticking away. Okay, so this is the Kimpton Kitale. Short story, the entire hotel is designed as basically a fisherman's village. Yeah, so the whole hotel is a fisherman's village. It's as simple as that. That's the master concept. But we had a little fun with it, not just a boring fisherman's village. It's something, it was the chief village head's home, and we then elevated to a 5-star level in terms of quality, but it's still kind of a rustic chic kind of a concept. And all the wood from the main building is reclaimed wood used from 100-year-old buildings, and so it's all got this authenticity to it. Sorry to keep saying this, but this one last week won Best Hotel in Thailand. So lobby lounge, bar details, really, authentic. You don't, when you open a cabinet, you shouldn't stop design. You could still have design in different layers and surprise. And this restaurant's on the beach, but it's basically a simple beachside shack, but elevated so it feels, higher quality, but it's the underlying principle. It's a simple beachside shack. Standard rooms again, simple bathrooms, again, fully openable, makes such a huge difference. And then we've got villas on the property as well, slightly elevated in terms of their quality and space, and a little bit greater attention to detail. This has just started construction in Bangkok last week. I cannot tell you the brand. The contract's still to be signed. It's going to be signed next week with the owner. But it's a 45 in Bangkok, right in the middle. So for that project, taking this brand and slightly temporary, a much more. So it's a area. Is along the length of the room, and you get natural light into your bathroom. So if you use a bay that's about 5.6 meter wide, instead of a 4.2 bay, you'll get a bathroom along the entire length of the room with a window into the bathtub if you want. So if you work early with architect, and we did for this project, we created a different module, and it came up with a really special design. So if you can see the bathroom, we have a bathtub and a shower with natural light into the bathroom. It's a great little selling point. You can be in the bathtub with a view. There is the option for privacy if you want privacy as well. Everything you see on the screen is actually our project. Everything in color is what we're doing right now. It's intercontinental hotel, residence, apartments, everything. It's fully under construction, should be ready in about a year. This is just the entry reception area. Fantastic. This is Halong Bay, one of the world's greatest sort of areas. This is just it's like a lounge for the concierge. So normally it's a concierge desk. This is a room for concierge.
On both our team, institute team.
And then again, ballrooms, boardrooms. We have villas that are 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom residences as well. This is all part of the hotel. This is all part of our design. So quite a large project, even for us. But you can see the style for this is for intercontinental. Interestingly, we just finished Intercontinental in Bangkok. It just opened 15 days ago, but totally different to this. Okay, I'm very close to the end. This is Indigo in Bandung. Indigo is a brand that really needs a strong narrative. So the style of this, again, not what everyone would expect, but it fits the storyline that was written for this project. And I won't need to explain to you that, but just show how diverse the styles are relative to how you interpret a project. Finally, this is the Westin in Ningbo. It's on a lake. Something we did very special is we interpreted the ripples on the lake when wind comes across the lake, and we turn that into the pattern on the wall, and that's all done in marble. So just through, again, a subtle reference to an idea, we interpret that into the interior to come up with something that's a little bit more unique. Chinese restaurant, a la carte, guest room, lift lobbies. We're playing with lighting effects here again. The aspect that you're walking through a forest, and then there's a shadowing effect from the trees above. So it's light coming through the canopy. That's basically the effect. And we've got that in the bathroom as well, which I'll show you in a second. The bedhead's meant to reference wood, but it's actually marble. And then you can see the lighting effect we're creating in the shower. With the same principle. It's a canopy of trees above you, and that's what we want you to feel, that you're at nature. So, that's it. My time's up. Thanks for bearing with me. Stay here, right? Okay.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Have a seat? Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just take that.
Check.
Check.
Check. Check.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You left us all stunned with your projects. And as we learned from you, truly, design is not an obvious parameter, but it is how we interpret it, and an interpretive design. And in this context, the biomimetic abstraction that you showed of our Indian national bird peacock has truly touched the core of my architect's heart.
Okay.
And moving further, let's hear from the audience how they feel about the presentation. We are now open to a Q&A round. I would request the volunteers to please assist us with a mic. Anybody having a question, kindly raise your hand. So over to you.
Hello, sir. Mesmerizing with your projects. I would like to ask you how you get it executed here in India, the projects.
Could you repeat that? Sorry, I can't hear.
How you get your projects executed in India?
Okay. Getting things executed in India is a little bit more difficult to get the level of detail that we require. So, you know, different countries have different skills and expertise. India's got definitely great skills in you know, marble work, intricate work, inlay work, things like that. But if we want something with a greater level of precision or a finish, in maybe a black anodized finish or a matte finish, it's sometimes not as easy to get those kind of finishes over here. So it's understanding that after years of experience and trying not to do things that can't be done in a perfect way. So we try and design up front in a way that we know it can be built to a certain way. If it can't, and something does require to be built in a specific way to our requirement, we will then try and introduce the owners to someone in Thailand or in Indonesia or in Vietnam or in China that could have that built, or that component built in a way that would be appropriate. But something else that we do, I think, and I've had, you know, you can maybe verify it, the way we do our drawings at P49, all our detailed drawings, they are so precise. You know, every single line is drawn. If it's a joint, we want that joint in that location. We really think about everything. And so we don't need people to, during the construction phase, to interpret. It's very precise. And when we go to places like Australia, where labor is very high cost, they actually say your drawings are too precise, you're drawing too much. And we're not, because our detail over there with high labor costs is very expensive to build, but in India the labor cost is much less. So actually it's achievable. So it's just how to understand different countries, what they can achieve, what they can't achieve, and we try our best.
Yeah, just adding on to your drawings, so how many drawings you think you make in one project?
For a hotel?
For a hotel.
Okay, we break everything down into smaller packages. So let's just take the guest rooms. If there's 10 guest room types, there's 10 sets of guest room drawings. Plus for every single area, there's a package of like 40 drawings per area. So we would probably have 1,000 drawings
Working.
per project. I have a big team though. I have like 140 people in Bangkok.
We can probably do that with 1,400 in India.
Hello. I was just curious about the name, firm's name, P49. How did you come up?
I have to say that's a question I get asked the most everywhere I go. So, all right, it's a long explanation. So, in Thailand, everyone's got a very long name. All the Thais have very long names. So, the founder of the company, her real name is Vipavadi Patpong Pibun. Okay? But everyone has a nickname, which is 3 or 4 letters. Her nickname is Pao, P. 49. In Bangkok, there's a main road called Sukhumvit. Then there's sub-roads with numbers. The first office 30 years ago was on Soi 49, P49. Design. Design is with 2 E's. It's not design, it's design. There's actually 2 meanings in that. Her first name is Vipavadi, so there's the D in the design. But in Thailand, if you say something D-mark, D means good. So it's good design. That's the answer.
So even your firm's name has a very strong concept.
Yes.
And it becomes very easy, you know, when you explain it.
Now you understand why we do this.
Otherwise it looks complicated. So same like design.
Yeah, the
same
name's
like your
very
work.
complicated actually. Everything looks simple, but actually it's quite complicated.
Hi, Carl. Hi again.
Oh, there.
So I think I'll just rephrase the question which Arundhati, the First Lady, asked. It's more if you can share your contact details, we'll flood you with the option as to how to execute projects in India.
You want the contact details? No, actually, you know, Taj was done in Jaipur, all local, right? We're very happy with the work. It's come out really good. If everyone hasn't gone to see the Taj Mahal, please do. It's really nice. And I think you should all be proud of having this in your city.
Yeah, I think it's amazing that, you know, for Taj, the one you were mentioning, both the architect and the interior designer, both are present here. So big round of applause for both of them.
Any further questions? Okay, we can take one last question from the lady back there.
I have one related to the number. Over here.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, the number of drawings you create and the details that you provide on the site. See, there's one thing to provide details and make perfect drawings. And there's another thing about execution, you know. And as you said, without supervision, like if you don't have your supervising team or team of engineers on the site, so how do you manage that? See, office is under your control. But the site is not.
Right.
We've seen several times that whatever details we give, sometimes, you know, exactly opposite or something else comes up on site. How do you manage that?
We do rely on, you know, we don't take every project. We take projects that generally we have a good understanding with the ownership at the start in what type of, you know, level of quality they're looking for. We try and make sure that the owner always has a good project manager on their team. It's something we encourage very strongly. We encourage the owner to always have a good cost consultant on their team. So there's all these things in support of achieving a good delivery process. I think you're right. We can't make sure everything's right. We're not on site every day. We do generally provide within our contract, subject to owner's decisions, we try and allow for at least 6 to 8 trips during construction for my team or myself to come visit during the construction period, which could be over 9 to 12 months. So we do come, we do review, but it's not a daily thing. So we have to rely on project management, and we have to rely on, you know, owners making sure that they want to get the quality. And So we do have to rely on people. We can't guarantee it.
Thank you.
Hello, Carl. Welcome. It's here.
Where am I looking? Oh, there. Thank you.
Hi. It was a lovely session. I would like to ask you something which relates all the questions being asked previously. If given a time frame, how would you like to differentiate between designing the concept, of course, the drawings, and the execution of the projects? I mean, if I have 6 months to design, will I be able to complete in next 1 year or something like that? What I'm trying to ask, if you fix up the time frame for the efforts of designing and drawing and the efforts of getting it executed, how would you love to do it?
Okay. I can tell you, I'll just generalize the timeframes that we need for our part of the work, and the timeframe for construction are different in different parts of the world. So if I do something in Singapore versus what I do in India, or what I do in China versus what I do in India, the timeframes are different. The Chinese are super fast. They can build a hotel in 15 months. But in India, in our experience, hotels can take 3 years to construct, could be more. But the design period, what we put in our requirement is basically it's around 10 months. Start to finish my final specification package. But you'll get your mock-up room package after around 5 months, so you can start manufacturing your mock-up room, either on site or anywhere, after 5 months, and start building that. So that keeps the project moving while I'm still designing.
Okay, so designing is like simultaneously.
Yeah, I generally have 4 phases for guest rooms. So first one's the mock-up room. That gets to a certain point. Then I plug in all my other suites and other room types, and I break that down into 2 other packages.
Right.
So that's a total of 3. And then I've got public areas. I break that down into 3 packages, and all are flowing one program behind the other. The minute I finish concept, I hit the next package.
Layered planning.
So all of that is around 10, 11 months.
Okay. Thank you. It helps.
Okay.
Thank you,
Hello,
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, one last one.
Can we have one more? Is it possible?
Mr.
Hi.
Carl,
Yes.
Since you are doing projects mostly in India, China and Australia, so coming to the costing part, the projects what are going on right now, so what is the parameters for the per key in India, in China and in Australia?
Okay. It's a great question, but unfortunately, I really can't give you the answer, because most of our projects, we don't ultimately get access to the final costs. The way, especially in India, the numbers are they're kept very away from us. But what we do, because obviously we still need to work to budgets to a certain degree, we get almost like post feedback. They say, oh, we need that material change, so we can't afford that. So it's actually kind of a backward way to do it. We'd rather have the information up front, so then we can know, all right, if your budget is, I can tell you in Thai baht, for a new room at about a 4.5-star level, 4-star level, you should budget around 2 million baht, per key for the interior. I can't.
Either USD or Indian rupees. What?
2 million baht. That's about $40,000 USD. 45. ID interior fit out for the key.
That's for one key.
That's for one key.
Okay, and
at a 5-star, the 4.5 to 5-star level.
And how much? Because many a time budget is pre-decided before the project and at the end of the project. So whether it's the same or there's quite a difference between the basic information during the initial stages of design and the finished part.
It's usually consistent, but at the end of the day, either if the owner has a great passion to fit that new budget.
And the services part is also part of the scope or services?
No, we're pure interior design. We even exclude lighting, we exclude kitchen, we exclude graphics, everything. Pure interior design, but we like to be surrounded by great consultants that support us.
So the cost, what you said, is excluding the services?
The cost is basically everything in the room but excluding M&E. The back of house, the back M&E. But it'll be the specialist light fittings, all that is within the interior price.
Thank you, sir. I know we all are left overwhelmed by Carl sir's presentation. He'll be here with us. We can address the later questions to him personally. And thank you again, sir.
Thank you very much, everyone. I hope I didn't bore you.
The indigeneity that you connected with all the projects, I'm sure all of us have really enjoyed it. And we have some of them displayed in our exhibition downstairs also, our cultural. So I hope you'd love to see them as well. And thank you. I would request you to please be seated. Now, for a quick coffee, I would request our sponsor from Asian Paints to please come up on the stage for a short video. Thank you, sir. Not have been possible without you, and we are truly grateful to have you as our sponsor in JRC, IIDC. Comes from working side by side, both personally and professionally. On this journey where love and design intertwine, our esteemed panel moderator for today's discussion is Mr. Neeraj Shah. I would like to welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. I would also like to invite JRC Honorary Secretary, Mr. Sandeep Jain, to present him with a token of appreciation. I would also like to invite JRC Managing Committee member, Mr. Vivek Gupta, to please introduce our panel moderator.
Sheetal, I hope this is not part of my time that I've been given. Thank you.
I can start, yeah.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, IIID members and distinguished guests. A very warm welcome to each one of you. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce Mr. Neeraj Shah, who is a remarkable individual and who has graced us with his presence. Mr. Neeraj Shah, a highly accomplished interior and graphic designer, is the co-founder of IDEO Design and IDEO Graph. With a rich background in design and strategic management, Neeraj has received prestigious awards and served on esteemed panels. His expertise spans various disciplines, and he is known for his insightful contribution as a speaker, jury member, and mentor. Passionate about creativity, Mr. Neeraj is focused on coaching, creativity workshops, and pursuing a PhD in the field. Mr. Neeraj has recently on board the Oscars panel as art director. He is presently on the NEC of IIID and past chairperson IIID Ahmedabad Regional Chapter 2017-19. He has been a speaker, moderator, and a jury at various platforms including FOIAD, Kolar Picha Kucha, CE Worldwide, IDAC, Fempreneurs, Vyapar Jagat, Matisia, ICAC Art Fair, MIT Pune, to name a few. A heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guest, Mr. Neeraj Shah. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would request our NEC member and immediate past chairman, Architect Anshuman Sharma, to please take over the proceedings.
Thank you, Devan. Hello. Thank you, Devanshi. So after the brilliant presentation from Carl and yesterday it was Colin, I thought it's time to have some fun. So we're just going to break into this lovely panel discussion, and we're going to wind you down so the evening gets better for you. I have the pleasure of introducing our four power couples. And actually Neeraj was to come here yesterday, but then for some reason he cancelled or rescheduled his flight. But thankfully, because he also confused the storm which was coming to Rajasthan. So thank you, Neeraj, for that. Okay. May I request our first power couple, Architect Paresh and Architect Sheetal Kapade, to please join us on stage. And may I also request Sunil Jain, JRC Managing Committee member, to please come up and felicitate Paresh and Sheetal. Architect Paresh and Sheetal are well known for their inventive, minimalistic and timeless designs. They worked for 4 years with late Padma Shri B.V. Doshi Sahab before establishing their architectural and interior design consultancy firm, Environmental Design Consultants, in 1999. Their design psychology is rooted in the belief that design is a balance of form, function, and technology. Their organized way of working, management skills, passion for work, and persistent nature has been instrumental in their success. Their work has appeared in various periodicals and on digital platforms, including Engage, Wade Asia, Building Giants, and the HBLF show. They have been invited to participate as panelists in programs such as Engage, CEPT Ahmedabad, IIA, and Triple ID, of course. The firm is noted for its creative design and execution while remaining receptive to the different needs of its clients. During their 24 years in the industry, they have worked on a variety of projects including luxury residences, townships, multi-dwellings, satisfying over 400 clients. They have pioneered in the fields of commercial, retail, hospitality, and more. I welcome the Kapades. Please take your seat. And now we have our very own Shalini and Amit Gehlot. May I please have you on stage, Shalini and Amit? And may I also request our Vice Chairperson Trade, Mr. Tulsi Ramji Modi, to please come up and felicitate them. Okay, I cannot see Tulsi ji, so can we have Sandeep Jain, please, again on stage? Architect Shalini Amit, popularly known as ASA, is an architectural, interior and lighting design company with 20 years of experience and a focus on hospitality design, working with major national and international hotel chains like Taj, Hilton, Marriott, Hyatt, etc. Their flagship project, Taj Rambagh Palace, Jaipur, has been consistently ranked amongst the top 10 luxury hotels of the world by various agencies and was declared the best design hotel in the luxury category worldwide by Condé Nast in 2009. They have also been awarded Best Architect of the Year 2008 by Pinovia Asia Spa for spa architecture. With the ability to perform with ease while handling architectural interior design works, ASA brings to the table a vertically integrated approach of projects which results in better coordination and unification of the design concepts. ASA works with a broad range of styles and parameters, respecting clients' concerns while introducing them to the new directions and creative ideas. Their primary objective is to give each project a completely unique and special identity. Amit brings logic to design with an inclination towards building technology and project coordination. He complements the artistic skills of Shalini, who has a keen eye for detail and is an established painter herself. The duo has a varied skill set, allowing them to explore independent lighting design projects, diversity in textile and carpet design, carpentry detailing, enhancing the overall look of their projects. Welcome, Shalini and Amit. The third couple, the third power couple, and are they powerful? May I have Aslam Kadri and Tarannum Kadri please on stage? And may I invite Sheetal Agarwal, our chairperson, JRC, to please come up and felicitate them. Morphosis Architects, established in 1997 in Nashik, is led by architect Aslam Kadri and architect Tarun Kadri. Their design philosophy is inspired by the words of Ricardo Legorato. I quote, "If architecture doesn't contribute to human peace and happiness, it deserves to disappear," unquote. The duo demonstrates this underlying philosophy in their work by exploration of urban typologies. Morphosis emphasize on chasing the feeling in design to evoke creativity in their works. Calling their work meditation, their inspiration has always been the work and philosophies of great masters from the profession. The studio engages in a multidisciplinary practice that offers solutions for architecture, interior design, and hospitality. Both principal architects believe in integrating natural elements and minimalism in their architecture. Forms, spaces, materials, and colors are all influenced by the context and the impact the project intends to make on the community. The firm specializes in high-end residences and housing projects throughout India. They have won the FOED Award and IA+B Award Young Designers in 2016 and have been published in varied design publications nationwide. Kadris, I welcome you to Jaipur. It's so lovely to. They're very dear friends. So, for your information, Tarannum and I were, chairpersons in the previous term. So it's lovely to have both of you here. So this one is a bit different, this couple, the last powerful couple we have. Different in the sense that one is an established academician, architect, but the other is not an interior designer, not an architect, but she certainly comes from a design field. Please put your hands together for Professor Kiran Mahajani and Srimati Manjari Kiran Mahajani, as I request them to please be on stage. And may I request JRC Managing Committee member Shikha Singh to please come up and felicitate the couple. Professor Kiran S. Mahajani is a distinguished practicing architect, academician, and academic administrator. Professor Mahajani has held various roles throughout his career, demonstrating his dedication to both academia and practice. His practice, Ayojan Architects, established in 1987, has operations spanning North, Central, and Western India. Ayojan Architects has built a stellar reputation for its exceptional design and construction projects. Additionally, Professor Mahajani serves as the director and principal of Ayojan School of Architecture, Jaipur, since its establishment in 1999, nurturing and guiding aspiring architects. Through his leadership and expertise, Professor Mahajani has significantly impacted the architectural landscape in India. He holds several affiliations and is a frequent guest lecturer at esteemed architectural colleges across India. His better half, Srimati Manjari Mahajani, cannot be easily introduced in a few lines. Not only a performer, but an embodiment of the art itself. She was introduced to Kathak at an early age by Vidushi late Srimati Rohini Bhate, and was also blessed with priceless inputs from late Padma Vibhushan Pandit Birju Maharaj. Throughout her illustrious career, Manjari ji has done notable stage presentations at Rome, Geneva, Dubai, and in the USA. She firmly believes when a dream becomes a desire, it ultimately becomes a delight. Manjari ji has taught in various institutions in Rajasthan and has been awarded with the Senior Fellowship by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. A belief in serving the community led her to establish an institution in the memory of her guru, Dr. Rohini Bhate. Can you please give it up for the four powerful couples we have, and of course for our moderator, Neeraj Shah. And just before I hand over the stage to Neeraj, I'll take half a minute because I'd like to introduce three lovely ladies to you, as I call them then. Can we have Devanshi Thakuria? Can we have Miss Jhamaria, Radhika Jhamaria and Riva Singh on stage? Can you please come up here? So why I've called them is that, these girls have taken everything off our shoulders. They have worked so hard. I was thinking, how am I going to do this? But please give them a huge round of applause. They have really, done wonders to, this JRC. And let me tell you, they are not students, they are not outsiders. Devanshi in the middle is daughter of our JRC member and Joint Secretary Manish Thakuria. Radhika, on my right, is daughter of our past chairman, Dheeraj Jamaria. And Riva Singh is daughter of Shikha Singh, again member of JRC. So thank you, lovely ladies. And now, Neeraj, it's over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anshuman. And thank you, Sheetal. Thank you, JRC, for having me here and having this illustrious. It's not a panel, I mean, it's a panel. So generally, we have 60 minutes for 4 people. I'm glad you've given 120 minutes for 8 of them. So we have 120 minutes before you can have lunch. But of course, they've eaten away about 20 minutes already. So we've got 100 now. Also, I think it's important that we acknowledge the amount of crowd that we have in this hall this evening, this afternoon. So we are, I mean, if my math is correct, I think we are about 600, 700 people. Can we sound like 600, 700 people? Not bad. So this is prolific. Now there are 2 things here we need to understand. One is that a lot of friends told me that I should be representing, as a moderator, as a couple as well. So number 1, I go through the same pains that they do, right? Minali, my wife and partner, we both graduated from the same school, 1 batch junior to me, in maturity, many years senior to me. And I'm sure you will find that here as well. The other is, we may be slightly biased. I am quite a feminist myself, but we may have some jokes. As Anshuman was saying, that we're going to have a lot of fun. So, having known 2 of the couples quite closely, I will try and get as personal as we can. Do you all mind? I mean, sorry, no, I'm not asking you. Do you all mind? Right? Now, the fact is that it's called, what are we calling this? Better Together. So we know it's established as a fact that each one of them, as a couple, are better together. We are not trying to separate them. Have they been given single rooms or twin sharing or Sheetal? So you may have to get some rooms at Taj. We have the architect and the interior designer here, if things go wrong. Okay, so jokes apart, we know the dynamics are great. We know that it's all great and positive, right? We want to touch a few things because I think a lot of people here are also in a similar phase. There are different phases of career. Most of you, I think, are almost at a similar age group, right? So which means at least about 30 years of marriage? 30 years? 25, 30? 25? 23, 25, okay. 30? 25. So pretty much the same number of years. So we know that we've had Ray and Charles Eames, who were a couple, power couple. We had Aline and Eero Saarinen, coming from the same field, but having different pursuits. We had Dennis Scott Brown and Robert Venturi. And most of them have also kind of met at the architectural firms, just like y'all did. Anybody else met at an architectural firm, working together? No, okay. So what we'll do is, we'll start with this, okay? Sorry, this is a little later. We'll just go back. Okay.
May I change it?
Yeah, please. Thanks, Ashish. Okay. So it's interesting because what you see on top are actually songs. So every round has a song dedicated to it. Yeah? And these are nice. So you just kind of make it a little lighter because it might get heavier otherwise. So it's just about 10 seconds, okay? So let me start with you, Amit. So this is staying together. When did you decide to stay together?
First year of architecture college.
Okay. First year of architecture college. Was it the same for you?
Well, it had to be.
It had to be. Why? You could have said no.
Oh, yes, we could have, but fortunately or unfortunately, we decided that we were made for each other at that point of time.
You see that? It's already happening, fortunately or unfortunately. Please note. Okay. So you didn't say no.
I didn't.
Okay. So what did you decide first? To kind of be life partners or to be professionals together?
Life partners, obviously.
Okay. So at that point, I'll take it to you. So at that point, were you okay to kind of work separately?
I'll be very honest, I never thought of working separately.
Okay, great.
That's how we've always worked, all 5 years of college and
Or you're going
after
the same
that.
batch?
Same batch, classmates.
Okay. Who was making whose models?
So she was doing all the renders for me, and I was doing the hard work.
All right. So we will come across a lot of stereotyping. Yeah, we can't avoid it, correct? Because that's how the world is. We'll try and break them if we can. So tell me, you started together. Teething problems of starting work together?
No.
No teething problems at all?
No.
Really?
Very. We had 5 years to thrash them out.
Okay, so no teething problems as far as the profession is concerned as well?
Both ways.
Both ways. Oh, that's really sorted. I'm going to get these guys. Paresh, Sheetal, to you. So when you decided to start together, tell us a little bit of the journey. Teething problems. And there would be, obviously.
No, I think because we also worked together for 3 to 4 years at the same firm, so that was sorted. And we have still some problems, but that can be done with counseling. We counsel each other.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Because actually, I was going to offer counseling services after the discussion. Yes, absolutely professionally. So, I'm sure there would be some teething problems.
Actually, not teething problems, but it's like mentoring each other. So you have to you have to guide all the time. She will also guide me all the time, and we make good friends. And
okay, so it's mutual guiding.
Yes.
Who takes the first step? Sheetal. Okay. So a lot of them you'll find will be very politically correct as well. Okay. So before I come to you, because this question is, slightly connected to starting off on their own. So for you all, what happened? Tell me. Whether the professional practice happened first or deciding to get together was first?
Nothing happened first. Our story is completely different.
Fantastic.
So we just knew each other through families, and Aslam was never in Nasik when I was doing my architecture. So there was a no connection, a big no connection with Aslam Kadri as a person. Just heard about him that there's someone who's working in Ahmedabad, and it was just through a phone call that we connected with each other as friends. Eventually the friendship grew, and then it took a shape into a relationship. So it was not any time being together in the colleges or working together as professionals, nowhere. So it just came through a mutual understanding, a mutual relationship that developed over the years.
So for you all, when you said the number of years, it's exactly the number of years. For them, they've got to add another 5. Correct? So do you wish you had another 5 years?
Pardon?
Do you wish you had another 5 years together?
Why just 5 years?
Ah, okay. No, why? Because you can't start in school. You have to start in college. No, Aslam, teething problems.
I think it goes this way. I personally feel, first of all, I adore her for what she is. That's the first thing. And second thing, when you really know a person, you feel you know the person around. So what the second question you asked, I think I would have really gone into that memory lane of more 5 years to really enjoy that phase of our life.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. So that's so nice, so romantic, right? We'll break these myths very soon. Sorry. So, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but obviously, Aslam was referring to some notes, and all those notes were actually written by Tarun. Even right now, whatever he said, yeah. So, no problem, it's okay, I'm not supposed to tell them. Sir, so your pursuit into academics, how much was it influenced by what she has been doing? I'm jumping straight. Academics? Yes.
Why only academics?
Okay, great.
Probably every facet. Hello. Hello. Mic stopped working. Every aspect, every facet.
Okay. So, let's talk about every aspect. Teething problems in every aspect?
Teething is wrong word.
Okay.
30 years on, we still have issues.
Excellent. Excellent. So the teeth have grown and they just bite each other now.
I mean, mine bite myself,
Okay.
but otherwise she can answer for herself.
Please, ma'am.
Hello. Huh.
Yeah, please. No. You just need to continue that. When you did start together, what was it that actually were difficult times?
Yeah, the difficult part was I came from Maharashtra and landed in Rajasthan.
Okay.
So that was the biggest, difference I faced.
Okay.
And he was probably the only person I was looking for help.
Okay, yeah, obviously,
Yeah.
because he was based here.
Yeah.
But did his profession attract you or distract you?
After marriage,
No, before. How did you meet?
before marriage, actually it was my profession which was the concern. I wanted a partner who can understand what I want to do.
Nice.
So that was the thing at the time of marriage.
Very nice. So that's a great point. So now let's look at that. We're talking about positives now. So, Paresh and Sheetal, any crucial strengths of working together? Crucial.
Strengths.
Yeah, strengths of working together.
Stress or strengths?
Strengths, see? See, we've got to modulate it in a manner that it's stress, strength, yeah? So now we are on strengths.
So we have a different role. We both play different role in our offices. So he's more PR and client oriented person. I am more office oriented staff and everything. So to convince him that to work out or to make these drawings, and I need some time. So that's a stress point because he's like a client. Abhi chahiye, kal chahiye. So that's a major stress. I have to ask you are also architect. You should understand. It will take time. I need 10 days for this. That's the stress point I find the really one.
The best part is I am hit from both the sides. One side there is a client who is hitting me, and the other side she is hitting me. So I am in between.
Yeah, so so when did you cease becoming an architect and become a client servicing person?
I have to. See,
you have to?
Yeah, I have to.
Do you also face the same thing? Becoming client servicing?
No.
No.
So
Okay.
we definitely work together. We share the same desk in the office. Don't have separate cabins, work on the projects together. Everyone does, both of us make sure that we know each project. There are no silos in the office. There are no projects that I'm handling and there are no projects that she's handling. We're handling them together.
Seriously, can you say the same thing?
No. In our case, we both practice individually in the same premise. And as far as the finance is managed, that's been taken care by me.
Correct. So now we have roles. And I'll tell you the same thing, from my own story. We started off like that. And then we realized that won't work. initially, when we did start off like that, obviously there were no teams, you're just hiring people. And now the lines are divided very, very strongly. And almost similarly, where Minali is the CFO, so I call her the boss and the CFO, Chief Financial Officer. I even have to borrow money, or she reminds me to put in cash in my wallet, just like my dad used to.
But I think, Nirav, I'd like to add one thing here.
Yeah.
So when the two strong individuals are working separately, the first thing comes like they're really very critical with each other.
Okay.
So for the betterment of the project, I think you have to really criticize each other. So you stretch yourself to come best for the client. And I think the entire Vasuli part, So all the Vasuli comes from the lady,
True.
So I
Okay.
think I will always try to say the ladies are the best individual if you want to really pick up all the fees from the client.
So Mirali says that, she says, oh, I'm the bad person. You very nicely kind of, meet and talk to the clients and have fun with them, have a chat, have a laugh. And I'm the one who's following up payments. So is that a problem for you? It's not. Okay.
It becomes more easier for Aslam,
Oh, okay. Oh, so that's so nice, At least she's thinking about Aslam. I'm going to take some notes back home. Sir, so I want to know the strengths of, being in the arts, being in something, as you rightly said, that, something that he would be able to understand. And understand not just the profession, but the professional hazards, the strengths of being together, please. And you can push it both ways.
See, looking up to her, I start getting inferiority complex. Her standards are so exacting and high that it is rather difficult to achieve. And she does that. So at times you start feeling whether I should go to her for anything and everything. And the other aspect is that she would not respond to that. She would like me to kind of explore, come out with the solution, and it should be matching her standards.
Fabulous, fabulous.
And 30 years on, I think I have reached to this conclusion that all the decisions, whether it is my profession, her profession, our life together, have to be taken by her if we are to really have, I aspire for those standards. And she has those standards. So I think I should follow her. That's what I have reached after 30 years.
No, whether you're complimenting me or I'm trying to understand what is happening.
I would like to add something in this.
Yeah,
See, normally there are two roles. Like one is like you both are architects, and the second part is you are husband-wife. So wife always want to train his husband. So that's what is happening. It's like from the first day she will start training, and it takes 30 years.
I don't think Kiranji was saying that.
It also depends on the student, I must say.
So that depends on the student. Has he been a good student? Sheetal? He has. Okay, that means she has been training.
In our case, it's just the reverse.
Just the reverse?
Yeah, I'm the one who is I would say more bindas person, and
Okay.
he's the one who is the proper person.
Proper,
So
disciplined.
he's trying to get me,
Okay.
I think, a little more successful than I was earlier.
Oh, fantastic.
So I was, the only thing which used to bother me is this perfection in all things, So I'm perfectionist only in my work, I would say. But in his case, it would be perfection. Even in, suppose he had to take off his shirt, it would be taken off the correct way. And the socks would also come out.
We're not getting
I used to
there. We're not really. But that's that. So again, this is not a stereotype, right? I mean, this is not a gender role, really. Yeah, it can be any individual who has a more inclination towards mentoring, leading, teaching, or even setting standards. Yeah. Any one of you can take this. So we have this, couples who slay together, stay together. Any example of any occasion where you slayed together?
So you hunt in a pack. That's the rule of the game.
So tell us. I think because of the kind of synergy and you work on the same project together. So how do you?
I think purely from a client perspective or working on a project together, one has to play a good cop and one has to play a bad cop. So I think that's the general strategy. And even when you're trying to pitch for a project, the negotiation process before getting the project also works the same way.
Oh, nice. Okay. So how do you decide when somebody else takes over between the two of you? How do you bounce the ball?
I think now it's innate. We just know.
Okay, I'm sure, I think, yeah, everybody will have to go for counseling there. Oh yeah, come on. That's really brilliant. These are the take-homes that we're going to take home, right? Okay. Yeah, okay. I think it vibrates, so it's good. Number?
Keep on working together in this complicated mess. We keep on working together.
So this is walking together, right? Taking from where you were talking about, and I think it'll be nice to get it from you. When you walk together, you can't walk together because there's a different pace, right? Somebody's using an iPhone, an iWatch, somebody's using another measurement for steps. How do you decide what the pace is for life, for profession? Has the pace been different? Let's look at it like that. Any moment where you thought the pace was different between the two of you?
Yeah, once so happened that he started the car. I had not seated inside. He just started off, and I was not sitting inside.
How do you want to defend that? Is that idiosyncratic architecture brain?
I'm crazy anyway.
Oh, you're crazy. Okay,
Yeah,
that's great.
Certainly. I mean, my students may be around. So, yeah, different paces. I mean, no denying this fact. I mean, if I say that we both move on at the same pace, I'll be probably lying. There are certain areas in which she has, for the holistic good of our family, whether it is profession or personal life, there are certain areas which she is tremendously good about. So I have to kind of slow down.
Okay.
There are other areas where I believe that she doesn't have any clue whatsoever. That is where I have to kind of pull her along. That this is what we have to do.
Yeah, okay.
That's how we do it.
And that's all okay without conflict?
Yeah, I think that's okay.
That's okay, right? Because there's a bigger picture. Difference of pace.
I think first of all, we all men are blessed. Hello? Hello? I think first of all, we all men are blessed that we have wife along with us. That's the first thing. Because generally when you really understand the parameter of a woman, she has to really take care of the family, the in-laws, the children's. And we men are lousy, we all guys are really lousy people. We just make a prefix that we are a designer, we need a thought process, So I'm really engrossed with my work, please don't disturb me. But I think other end, I think it's the lady of the family who really run the show. So I'm very thankful for Tarannum for whatever she is, and I'm blessed that she is in my life.
Oh, fantastic. So very often, and what you may have heard here, we're not even talking to them because they're not walking, they're dancing together. So, no then. So tell me, see the pace is also determined by certain goals. And today at this age and stage in life, I believe that the goals may be slightly different. Do you see any difference there?
Goals are not different. Actually, we are working for the same goal, but the pace is different.
Okay.
So sometimes I run faster than to achieve the goals. But as rightly said by Mahajani ji, that you have to pull out, you have to slow down sometimes, and then again run together. So we are running towards our goal. It's not like I'm going ahead or she is left behind.
So I think I'll correct you there. Of course, you know it better. But this is the case which I would put as a comparison, to both of you, which is what I know. And goal being different, I'm sure, Aslam, how do you handle the fact that she's busy with IIID? I mean, I face a lot of flack for it.
I think I'll put it this way because she's very good at managing things, you know.
Okay.
So she really prefixes her entire schedule prior to the things what she want to achieve in her life. And right now she was in Himachal for 15 days, you know. So I think every year it's fixed because she want to go for a trekking. And I think the ease of managing things, she has that quality. So I appreciate that in her.
And it's not the relief of being away for 15 days?
Might be.
Might be, okay. Okay, so why not? That's built in, right? Sometimes you want that space.
But the relief is the other way around more.
Okay.
Because all 365 days, you're managing so many things around, then you want a space for yourself. And I think that 10 days are more than enough to charge me up back to get into the same.
That's brilliant. Because see, these are the kind of goals that we're talking about. It's not necessarily only your work goals. Sometimes your personal goals could be this. Your personal fitness goals could be different. You know, and obviously everything that you do will take away a certain amount of time.
Should I now?
Yeah, please,
interject?
please.
So see, in our case, when I had my daughter, that was a time when I actually thought that should I, let things, go a little easy and perhaps, give up my profession for some time. But I really thank Amit for, say, 3 months is the maximum that you get off. So you're going to be here. So I actually brought my daughter up in my own office.
Wow.
So he was, she used to accompany me every day, bag and baggage, and go back with me in the evening. And throughout, of course, during the time that she was growing up, I would say my client interaction and all the financial part was mostly dealt by Amit.
Okay.
So the design part, I would not say. I was honestly totally involved in that. But throughout, and when you come to fitness goals, as you were mentioning, he has to pull me up. Like, come on, let's do. And at times when he is the one who is sleeping in and refuses to get up to walk. So those are the times that I say that, come on, it's time that we start, thinking about our fitness again. So, at different stages of life, there are, I think there are our priorities also change. So, for example, right now I was heading Wiki as the founder president of an organization for women architects in Rajasthan.
Right.
So, I feel that Amit has supported me a lot there because I was not one of those who was going out too much then.
Okay.
While I was the president of my student body in IIT Roorkee.
Right.
So, there was a lot of change in me. And, getting back into that helped a lot by Shavani, who's sitting right here. She has been my mentor throughout. So, with her and Amit behind me, I think it was a very big push for me again.
So as much as it is external, we get lucky. Yes, of course, actually that really deserves a great round. So we're not always very lucky to find, external mentors. Sometimes, there's a little pushing and goading that works, but I think it's required more internally. We'll move to the next one. So I'm not really elaborating on this, but I think, yes, conclusively, one thing is for sure. The whole idea of this whole goal thing was that, in general, how much ever, and that's why I think the women here and the women here really deserve a great round of applause. Once for all. I'll tell you why. The challenges are more. The roles are more. Yeah, the number of roles are more. And the amount of time in the day is still the same. And in that, if there are speed breakers, if there are issues and problems that you've never faced before, or you didn't expect them to come, right? They don't come with the profession. Sometimes they come with the family, or the other way around. Financial pressures, I'm sure everybody started from scratch, right? So I think that's where the women have actually worked and put in much, much more in order to keep the family together, as well as, grow and flourish. We come to the next one. I know it did vibrate, okay. So this section is called I'm Woman. I'm invisible and I'm tired. Fact, and see how it's kind of building up, right? The discussion is actually going in that direction. Now I want only the women to answer this. When have you, okay, not you. When have you felt that you've had to establish yourself strongly as a woman? Think about it. You don't think about this every day.
At different stages, I felt so. And actually, I was always very serious about my career. Like, I was always before marriage also, I was a kind of a career-oriented person, I would say. So, and that was the thing. I did not, never wanted to leave my passion, like for dancing and all that. So that eventually, what you are saying, like that eventually gave me that place, or I did not think it like that, ki, I want to establish myself as a woman, but it slowly happened.
So which means that because you were enjoying what you were doing, you wanted to do that, that gave you an identity,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Truly. But yes, but at family front, I had to little like fight for it in the sense that,
Sure, see, I mean, basic premise is that everything is not hunky-dory, right? It's not. It's not ideal.
Yeah, I think we should accept
that. Of course,
it's
absolutely.
There everywhere.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
And my profession being little different, like I had to travel also a lot. And my timings would vary many times, like in the evening, the concerts are in the evening, so I'm coming late and going late. So all that would be there. So at family front, yes.
Yeah,
I
it would be, right?
Sometimes like put my foot down that.
So absolutely. So sometimes you're not only establishing yourself as a woman or as a man, but you're establishing yourself as a person.
Yes.
Right? Because that's first. I mean.
And then I realized that I'm doing this as a woman.
Excellent. Yeah.
So.
Any difficulties there, ma'am?
No, I think it changes with every stage of life cycle. When we get married, I think it was very difficult for us because it's a state change and even the caste change. But at that time also, I have two strong women, my mother, his mother, so they both helped me out in the stage. He was there mentoring me. And then when I was pregnant with my first child, so I think every time you face different problems and you stand out with that. And behind that, he was always there with my two strong women. And I think because of all three, I was there to practice with him hand by hand.
Fair enough. Let me now word it differently for you. Have you felt any major advantages of being a woman? In the profession, in life?
Yes, I think as a woman I've had a lot of advantage.
Okay.
In the sense, guys tend to focus only on one thing. So suppose Amit is there, I think he focuses too much on his work. Whereas I have the privilege of actually, interacting with a lot more people, my family, and my extended family, and that means his and mine both, and my children, my daughter, not children, my daughter, and in general I have more time and space for things, and I think it also perhaps is personal, but as a woman I feel I can enjoy myself more.
Excellent. Do you want to add to that? You see, what she's doing is, it's not trying to establish herself as a woman just outside in society. But I think what she ended with was amazing. It's kind of knowing that about yourself and then trying to enjoy that bit.
That's what I mentioned earlier, that those 10 days for self-love is very important. So, because...
he said 15, you're saying 10.
For me, it is 10 days.
Okay.
Nevertheless, see, you always go through different phases of life. From a couple to parents, Then when you turn out into parents, you have a motherhood to be handled. Then you're a daughter-in-law. Then you're a daughter too, if you are in the same city, married there. So there are many responsibilities that you need to handle simultaneously as a woman, I'm saying. Professionally, definitely, when you have a partner who is into the same field, it becomes a little easier when you have to divert a little for a while from the profession. And then you take a role of a mother or a daughter or a daughter-in-law. That time, that womanhood, what you talk about, becomes a strong asset.
Asset, oh, fantastic.
And
Great.
I think I'm blessed that I'm being able to do that last 25 years marrying Aslam and handling it very well.
Amazing. So, yeah, I think the whole need to establish has not really been there, right? It's kind of, for all of you, it's just flown in, right? So we'll move to the next one. Sorry, it went back. Yeah. So this section is, yes, we'll have some. So we've got some other cliches as well, right? If a man says he will fix something, he will fix it. You don't need to remind him every 6 months, right? I hear that a lot. So again, the feminist in me. So tell me, any of you, you think, okay, I'll take it to you. Do you think that at any given point, as a man, you've actually been able to harness your feminine side in order to nurture both life and profession?
Difficult one.
Difficult one?
Difficult one.
Okay.
So, I don't know whether I have an answer for that.
Okay.
But that's not a cliche, that's a fact.
So this we're kind of turning it around and, making sure or accepting the fact that the men are not MCPs, right? Are not chauvinists. And I think that the design profession kind of lends that to most of us.
So I think this question should be asked to the woman, because is it, am I really taking long time, or am I not taking really good time? So I think this 6 months, I do it in a month or so. So I don't think.
And you promise 1 month and do it in a month, or you promise 3 months?
No, I don't promise, I do it.
You just do it. Oh, amazing.
So but she can answer it better, because I don't know I did it or not.
Is this product available in the market? No, my question was not this, actually. My question was the feminine side. Let's look at that.
I think every woman really expects so many things from the husband, or a maid, like the life partner. So I will put it this way, Neeraj. I think even you must be going through the same phase.
Yeah.
So what is your answer?
So, I trust Aslam to do this, but thankfully I was prepared. So sometimes questions come in which are actually challenging. And I don't know how many all of you have faced it, but I have even been asked, look, your hormones are different. Clearly, right? You're not going through the same crap that I'm going through, because the hormones are different. And believe me, the idea of understanding that has taken so many years, 5,000 years. Man hasn't evolved. The differences in terms of Venus and Mars still remains. And that is how each one of us is wired. How much ever we try to be empathetical, we never get the game right. We don't.
Right. So I think.
Yeah, so
answer, yeah.
Yeah, so he's saying same answer. Okay. So yeah, this was just the preamble to the book that I'm writing. Yeah. All right, so we'll quickly move because we've got 11 minutes and we are pretty much on time. So this says her husband is someone who, after taking the trash out, gives the impression he just cleaned the whole house. Sir. Okay, ma'am. Has that happened?
Let me answer.
Yeah.
Let me respond. I literally, truly believe that I have cleaned the house. You know why it happens? Sense of gratification, self-gratification. There is nothing I can do equal to what the lady attempts and does. And this is one thing. I will give you an example. Morning tea. What I do is pour 2 cups, put it in the utensil, put it up on the stove, and done. And then later on I claim, वो मैं रोज ये रखता हूँ ना देखो. That's how it is. But I would also like to go back to the previous one.
Sure.
The feminine side of it. I feel that more often than not, circumstances ensure a man to kill his femininity.
Fabulous.
And it pinches, it hurts, but you cannot speak about it. And that's how it goes. If you want.
You agree? That's a very great point.
Social conditioning.
Conditioning, yes. Amit? I mean, you skipped it earlier.
Not social conditioning, I wouldn't say that, but I was just trying to imagine a situation, or I really can't think of anything. That's why no answer.
Sure. All right. Fair enough. So tell me, I mean, any one of you can take this. Any situation at the office where, it's where you've actually switched roles in order to establish yourself as a man in the office, very, very importantly. At the team level, client level, vendor level, execution level.
She's the man.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. All right, I think the man bit is done. We'll move to the last section. Second last. So this is, the positive side of it. And I'll push it to any one of you. So this is Catch Me When I Fall. Catch me.
Not ashamed to see me crawl. Who's gonna catch me when I fall?
The playlist is available on depositing 500 rupees to my Paytm account. A real friend would never want to see you fall. They just point and laugh when you do. But tell me, let's look at it positively. Any situation where you remember, where somebody's really helped you before you've made that mistake, or just after you've made a mistake, you've fallen, you've said something wrong, you've done something incorrect. Work, life, profession.
I think the simplest way, when you both are a designer, I will put it this way. Okay, most of the time it becomes very difficult to convince the client of your ideas and thought. So at least for me, I always try to say, okay, ma'am has come up with this new idea and she has proposed this, So the client really feel very happy in absence of her, And one fine day the client just given a compliment to her, okay, I really appreciate your idea. In the last meeting, you were not available, but I really appreciate your idea. The client has given compliment to her. And then she came up with which idea you're talking about, So, and then it was a blank side from the client side. Oh, you're talking about the staircase. So this was another sentence. And then the client given a call back to me. Kadri sir, I think last time we were talking about the staircase only. And I said, absolutely, sir, that staircase came from that was another idea, what she wanted to propose. And then he said, oh, wow, I am going for that staircase idea also. So I think it's the mutual understanding between husband and wife how to tackle the situation. And I think age is Mars and Venus, So you have to really believe and explore the path of the hurdle together. And I think that's the joy of life. You will never get a perfect partner. But the best way is to explore, and I think that destination is the end of the life what you believe in,
day-to-day planning.
Not, of course.
Yeah, so that way we complement each other, and that's very nice about
Nice.
it. Yeah.
Nice.
So I think for me, he's like everything friend, philosopher, and anything. It's a stress buster. So we never laugh at each other or something like that. It's like always we go to each other and we find solution. So always he's there for any advice or everything.
So it's very hunky-dory, yeah. We are in utopia. No, so I'm sure, I mean, maybe...
If you want some disruption, then you have to call divorced people. So that
No, the idea was actually, I'm sure, because already you've gone through certain examples, but it's very difficult sometimes to, think of one particular example where you really know that somebody's actually taken care of a situation. In his case, he was actually throwing her under the bus, but he thinks it was the other way around.
I'll just share one incident with you. It was just the initial stage of our practice. And me and Aslam used to sit and draft together, And then that time we got introduced to the computers. And as usual, Aslam would not be very, he would ask me to do it. He would definitely guide ki aise bana, aise bana, aise bana. And the whole night we sat together and we made a presentation for one of our clients. And I just forgot to save the drawing.
And then what happened?
And then I started. Ganga, Jamna, Saraswati सब बहने लग गया. अब दिल में ये भी था कि first presentation है and we are going to lose it. So Aslam was there to pat on me and said, "Taranum, ठीक है, अब जैसे जो हो गया है, एक काम करते, जितना काम किया था वो दिखाते, अल्लाह मालिक." And that is how,
Super.
we keep on supporting each other. And it's been happening many a times in our career.
Fabulous. I'm sure all of you must have gone through.
It's a faith we share with each other with times every passing year, and it keeps on growing. And because of that, I think it's always with each other.
So which means that, and this is irrespective of being in the same profession, right? It doesn't matter, correct? I mean, what you're talking about, examples are from the same profession. But even if you're kind of just as life partners, I think it doesn't matter, right? There are situations like this. So I'll tell you now, coming to the kind of last bit, is that a lot of it is connected to the profession. But what we were just touching upon earlier, the attitude towards life, any other goals that any of you have individually, which you wish to pursue, and you haven't even spoken about it to your spouse. You can share it in the Janta Janna Chahti Hai. Anything. I mean, it could be a deep set idea. It could be a vague idea. You may want to go scuba diving, all alone. I'm not talking about boys' trips. I'm just saying just scuba diving. Anything like that. Where you would like to do it alone. Man, woman, doesn't matter. Just a deep wish. You want to write a book? I don't know.
I think I wanted to go trekking.
Trekking?
A lot more trekking.
You have a partner? If she doesn't want to go solo? Sir.
So I think we have solo activities planned.
Like what? Like what? Like what?
So I play golf on weekends.
Okay.
So that's me time.
And that's 2 days? I mean, Saturday and Sunday?
No, Sunday.
Only Sunday.
Unfortunately.
Only Sunday. Unfortunately. Okay. So the profession doesn't allow it, right?
No. Yes.
Right? I mean,
profession doesn't, because during the week you can't, and you need a day with the wifey and 4 or 5 hours of me time on Sunday.
It's perfect. I mean, because we need formula for it. It's not so inbuilt. Even for a couple like that where we thought everything was inbuilt, we need to have a formula. We need to bracket the time, right? I'm not going to make all those kind of conclusions, but...
I just want to start doing some paintings.
Painting?
Paintings.
Fantastic. I want to sell her paintings. I know he's going to say that.
I will definitely sell it for a very good price.
That's the businessman in him.
I have 2 wishes.
Yes.
One is similar, like painting.
Okay.
And 1 month vacation in hills.
In the hills? Done. Sponsors are here? Let him say it.
Very many unfulfilled dreams.
Yes.
But not that those are not shared with her.
Okay.
So, at least.
Okay, so let's do that. One of his dreams, tell us, which he's shared with you. Let us know.
He wanted to join some flying. Yeah.
Okay, that was 8th on your list?
That is there. Yeah, it was put down. It's a childhood dream that I wanted to.
Excellent.
That everybody.
Amazing. Yeah.
Everyone wants.
Okay, any other?
Base camp.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Nice.
so similar adventurous.
Brilliant.
Go hitchhiking.
Super.
I think there are a lot of trekkers who are willing to go to the base camp here.
Yeah? Okay, base camp, one more.
No, I would rather switch it the other way around. I would like both of us together working out.
Okay, working out. Great. Super.
Together.
So we just, I mean, they know. So Mrinali, she had she's been suffering from an autoimmune disorder for a long time. And she's just got better now. And we started Pilates together. And it's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. Seriously. If you haven't tried Pilates, please try Pilates. Memberships available at www. Okay. But yeah.
I think I really admire her for her adventurous nature, and she has already done her skydiving. So it's my dream.
Oh, okay, it is your dream. Okay. I thought he was going to say,
No,
she's really adventurous. It's great she's adventurous. She's going to work out. I'm going to stay at home.
No, so she has already done her skydiving, and it's my dream. In coming time, I think we'll be diving together.
Fabulous.
And I want to take her to scuba.
Super, amazing. So we're not going to make it,
We tried 2 times to do scuba diving. Both the times I went inside the sea. She was still, after wearing all the gear, she could not get in. So I wish if she can get in with me again. So we want to do scuba diving together.
So
we tried twice.
So next time I'll give you a trick. Just make a 3-dimensional logo of IIID and just put it under the sea. She might just dive.
We did skydiving together.
Okay.
So
so the air is okay, water is not. That's
easy.
all right. So I think that's what it is. Looking at the beauty, the love, the romance, the tribulations, the trials, all that has happened, I'm sure your individual goals will also be supported and pushed and goaded by the other. Thank you so much, and thank you all of you for being together. Thanks. We're on time. Anshuman, was it okay? All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions from the audience?
Okay, so from all 4 of you, I don't need a yes or no, I just need you to point the finger towards your partner. And the question is, starting from, my left, who's the boss? Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, she's not even trying.
Marginis, please. Thank you. Kadris, thank you.
You didn't ask me.
We know who's the boss there. Thank you.
Okay, how many of you resonated with all of this? Hands up. Like resonated, like really felt it. Bas, that's all. The others aren't married? The others aren't planning? Okay, how many who are not married are not planning to get married? All the kids here? Come on. So, okay, how many of the students here believe that they should have somebody from the same profession? And how many believe not? So first, how many believe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's almost 50. Okay, about 40%. The other rest believe it should be from other profession? Other profession? Other profession? How many? Okay, almost about 30. Okay, so not bad.
Mrs. Kadri says it's a trap.
No, I know. Keep your options open. It's all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Neeraj sir, for tweaking out, as we just developed the terminology, the stress and strengths of the power couple. Thank you all the esteemed panelists for such a thought-provoking yet fun-filled session. We were really inspired by the dynamic duos who showed us that design truly knows no boundaries, whether it's on paper or in their lovely relationships. And now we would be breaking for lunch. I request everyone to please join us in the lunch area. We will resume in an hour. Thank you.
Gabbar aa jayega. So child needs to sleep before Gabbar arrives. So this Gabbar here is the buzzer. जो ये 10 मिनट में बजा देंगे. And I had to finish this presentation before 10 minutes. So here I go. Nexion, I'm sure, is not a new name to most of you. It is an Italian company which came to India with a production facility. And 2014 we came to India. 2016 we started our commercial production. And we gave our first presence in international market at Charsai. 2020 we became first surface manufacturer company to win Red Dot Award. And today, with the help of and support of esteemed people like yourself, we are the pioneer in surface industry. This is just a glimpse of our international presence with our production facility in Morbi, to design office in Italy, to our head office at Ahmedabad. Okay. Today, we have got direct presence in most of the capital cities of country, from Ahmedabad to Bangalore to Delhi to various more. And we have our dealer presence pan-India. Now, the people from Italy or who have visited Italy are aware of this portrait, which is Vitruvian theory. So we have taken inspiration from Vitruvian man, which talks all about perfection. So when it is Nexion, whether it is our surfaces or it is our design, we only talk about perfection. Now, these are some of the USPs when you talk about Nexion. It is, as I mentioned, Italian design. We follow very stringent Italian quality. We believe in modularity, which gives people a space to design. And we are innovative surface manufacturer. This is the difference between us and conventional manufacturers. The picture at your right is a surface that we produce, which is a sintering surface. Sintering is a technology by which Rajasthan, we know how, I would say, stone is popular. So stone is nothing but sintering as a process. So the same process, with the help of technology, we provide you a surface which has all the advantages which stone has got, and which has a lot of flexibility as well. So to my right is a new technology, which is sintering surface, and to my left, it is a typical conventional tile. Now, this technology has certain advantages, which makes this product to have versatile application. It is resistant to high temperature, compact and lightweight. We make surface as thin as 6 mm and as thick as 20 mm. It's scratch resistant. These are very hygienic products. These are durable, waterproof, UV resistant. These are very easy to clean. I'll just play a video to justify my credibility about flexibility. Well, this person is walking on a 6 mm surface, and I'll just show you what I mean by flexibility here. So this you can always try. I can take guarantee if you're using Nexion, but if you want to use on some other surface, do it at your own risk. Stationary position, right? Yeah, so this is what I meant by flexibility. So this gives advantage to use this product even for facade application. Okay. Now we have broadly classified our portfolio into 4 different categories, all depending on the inspiration. So we take inspiration from marble, inspiration from concrete, inspiration from stone, and inspiration from wood. As I said, we are surface manufacturers, so we make product in multiple surfaces, whether it is gloss as full lapato mat, naturale, which is anti-skid, then 2 very special surfaces like lucido or spazzolato, which is like sandblast, And these are the award-winning surfaces, which is ribbed legato, like comb as pettinato, and bush hammering like bush serrato. I'll just run a video which will further tell you what I mean by reflection. So we are the only company which give you unundulated perfection image. So the right is Nexion, the left is other stone. So this is, we are showing difference between natural marble and Nexion. So we are just trying to show you how different the surface looks like with the reflection. This is what happened when you use a product after a certain time. We say performance comes with the time. So this is how natural marble would look like, Nexion stone marble would look like after a certain time, which is the clarity. Okay. I'll just run one more small video to show you the surfaces. This is one product, but in multiple surfaces. So depending on the application, we advise you to use the right product. Okay. Now, R is a unit by which you should all measure skidness. There is a very general tendency in India, use anti-skid. But what is anti-skid? Well, you have to be very specific as an architect, as a designer. So you should always mention a value. If you want to use a product for commercial kitchen, if suppose Mr. Card is making a kitchen, a 5-star hotel, he would be very specific in his specification that I need R12, which is a not normal surface which is required into commercial kitchen application. So we are making R11, R12, R10. Like if it is a swimming pool deck area, you have to be very specific with R11 as a surface. So we make product in multiple sizes to offer you perfect modularity, so that if you use multiple sizes with 2 mm spacer, you can create a pattern which is readily available. And then we offer you product in multiple, faces, so that it doesn't look like a typical tile. This is how it makes a difference between us and other manufacturers. So it is 8x4. Today we are the largest seller of 8x4 in country. There is no one other than us who sell this much quantity. Then same product available in a smaller size of 4 feet by 4 feet, and same product available in further smaller size of 4 feet by 2 feet. Now, in India, we have a very simple tendency of 3 C's, which is copy, cheap, and chalta hai. We say grey mein kuch bhej de. We have to move from that mindset of copy, chalta hai, and cheap. We have to be very specific, which is create, creative, and creativity. So we as a manufacturer do not copy. We create designs, which most of you must have seen at our booth also downstairs. So we create the designs, we keep creating it until we get the perfection. So we do a lot of alteration. And then when we are satisfied, then only we make the sample. I would say we launch a product into the market. That is the reason Nexion is the only company in country which has got very limited launches. We just launch twice in a year. But whatever we launch, it is long lasting. I will take 2 minutes more after the buzzer is buzzed. I was in Pune yesterday as a guest speaker for luxury. So with luxury, it comes sustainability. But sustainability does not mean durable. Sustainability also means that whatever we are producing, whatever you are designing today, remain as good and as new, how it would look like after 10 years. So whatever designs we have, they are with us since last 6 years, and even today people call it like a wow. So this is what, as a designer, we have our responsibility. This is a final product, and this is another good example I would like to talk about creativity. So we gave an idea to our designers to give us something in black surface, and they took typology from 3 different marbles, green, pink, and red. Then they worked on the cloudy effect and on 2 veins. Then they work on ochre and on grigio surfaces, and this is the final outcome. So nothing in black, we took typology from 3 different stones, and this is our final outcome. Let's take a green about our marble jewelry. products are already displayed, so I will not talk much and won't waste much of your time here. Just some of the application where we have used our product for facade application, starting from government project in Nagpur to a lot of good projects in capital city Delhi, to Pune, to a lot of projects in Mumbai, a high-rise tower. Then again something in Gujarat, Mumbai. These are the very prestigious projects where people have used our surfaces for facade application. These are all dry gliding. And this I will not consider. These are some of the references of whether it is a residential, commercial, or hospitality. Today we are doing more than 25-star hotels in country. We are a preferred partner for corporates like mentioned over there. With a lot of retail stores, retail chain, and lot many. So thank you very much. Thanks all of you. I'm sure I'm able to complete my presentation before anyone start feeling sleepy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would request you to stay back on the stage. I would like to invite IID JRC Chairman and IIDC 2023 Convener, Architect Sheetal Agarwal, on stage to felicitate Mr. Gaurav Khandelwal, Sales Head Nexion. Can we have a round of applause?
I also want to thank Sheetalji. Sheetalji, thanks for letting me put on this shirt today. My wife gifted this to me 3-4 months back. I was finding an opportunity to put on a pink shirt. And nothing better than pink can be in this beautiful pink city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Without further ado, let us begin with our keynote session for today. As we eagerly await the design insights and wisdom that will be key takeaways from this next session, let us give a warm welcome to our exceptional speaker, the trailblazer in the design industry, who will ignite our minds and fuel our creative spirits, architect Alessandro Villa. Can we have a round of applause as we welcome him on the stage? I would also like to invite Architect Dheeraj Jhamaria on stage and request him to present a token of our appreciation to our esteemed speaker. I would like to invite Reva Singh on stage to introduce our keynote speaker. Hello. I request you to take a seat, sir.
Take a seat, but you can do it walking around.
Yeah, we can give you a quarters. Alessandro Villa alternates design activity with teaching. Since 2003, he is an adjunct professor in interior design at Politecnico di Milano and faculty member at SPD Scuola Politecnica di Design since 2010. He has been visiting professor at the Tongji University of Shanghai and Goenka University in New Delhi. He has been working on long-term research projects focused on innovation for 3M, Fincantieri, for comfort perception for Fiat Auto, and the contemporary concept of beauty for Nivea Beiersdorf on behalf of international companies at Politecnico. He is an expert in materials and finishes for interior use, with a specific interest for visual and tactile qualities of surfaces involving senses and perspective aspects. Design research inspires his regular writing of articles and reports for many areas of interior design. In recent years, he wrote columns for the magazines Interni, His writings monitor some leitmotifs, such as innovation in materials, processes, and finishes for interior use. In 2004, he opened his own interior design practice, also covering architecture and visual communication. The practice designs houses, offices, showrooms, and commercial setups. Among the projects are the offices for the advertising agency Dorland Air in Milan, the flagship showroom for Lorenzo Riva Maison, Davines and Mozzanica headquarters, winner of the prize Ceramic and Design in 2021. The works of these studios have been published in interior design magazines and by Italian and international press. Now, without further ado, I pass the stage to Mr. Alessandro.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I want to thank the Indian Institute of Interior Design and the person of Shaili Trivedi for inviting me. It's a big honor to be here. And today I will talk about two areas of my work. As they said in the presentation, I am a teacher, a professor in interior design, and also a professional. And I divide my time in these two activities. I was never able to choose because I think that they should mix. And well, sometimes it's a bit difficult to do so, but this is my aim, also to transmit what comes from research. I have to be... No. It will work. Oh, yeah, I was pressing this one. Okay. Okay, the title of today's lecture is Natural Artificial. And, well, I didn't know about the sponsor that has just introduced the materials, but in a way we will talk about that matter, because I think that the idea of what's natural and artificial is changing, and is changing deeply, and we have just seen it in the previous presentation. I bring this one.
No, you can use this. You can use this arrow.
But I was pressing this one.
You want me to press it for you?
No, no, I can do it. I can do it here. Okay. So, little problem. And we have so many materials and finishes for interiors that it's quite difficult to make a classification. Maybe in the past, some years ago, I would talk about wood, metal, glass, but now it doesn't make sense because the new materials are mixing different matters, different origins, different technologies. And yesterday, we used to define natural materials as opposed to innovative material. Well, I'm talking about innovative and not artificial for a special reason, because it's difficult to say what is artificial and natural. For example, we all perceive glass as a kind of natural material, but actually it is produced by man, and we use it so naturally for such a long time that we perceive it as a traditional material and somehow also a natural material. Today things are changing, Today we talk about the natural look of materials and eco-compatible materials. These are two sides of this definition. One side is aesthetic, so the natural look. And there are many artificial materials that imitate nature. Can be PVC, can be ceramic, can be laminates, and the quality of this imitation is very high. And on the other side, we have eco-compatible materials that would be defined by the performance. So maybe they are natural, but maybe they don't look so natural, because what's important is the performance, is the real sustainability. And also, one may think that the traditional materials have been abandoned. This is not true at all. Sometimes the imitation makes some materials famous. And so there is more request by the market also for the traditional. And there are so many processes that are making this material new. For example, these new processes improve the performance, improve durability, makes them easier to clean. So these are very pragmatic things. Of course, if we want to innovate, we have to run some risks. And so in the past, experience was kind of more important. I remember that when I started designing, when I was really a very young designer after the university, I used to go to the workshops and meet carpenters, woodmen, technicians of any kind. And they were people with gray hair, and it was difficult to do something new because they knew how to do things. And so they were resistant to innovation. Probably my proposals were not so easy to do, but I always felt that there could be something more to be done. When I do the same thing today, I find the sons, the second generation of these people, and it's totally different. Because they ask me, they say, oh, architect, I have a new machinery. What can we do with it? So innovation is coming also from the manufacturers. And this is something very interesting, something new, something important that open our possibility in creativity. So, in the end, we can ask, is there a correct way of working with material? There is a concept that is coming from the Victorian age and which was very strong during the modern movement. This is the idea of honest material. Honest material, well, in Italy we use another word that is materiali sinceri, sincere. So it's easy to understand that this idea is about the materials to be used in the best way. So, for example, in the past, we had the idea that glass was mainly transparent. Today, glass can be a lot of things, maybe color. So it's very difficult to define just one way to recognize a material, to say how should it be to be honest. But this idea is very strong, it's a very strong background. I got it from the school, from university. We were studying the work of Adolf Loos, that is a proto-modern architect. And Adolf Loos was one of the first to say that decoration is crime. So this idea was strong for many, many decades. But now we have, of course, to change. I guess that Adolf Loos and Mies van der Rohe is another more famous name, would not like very much the new imitation, the new imitative materials, because they are so far from the culture of design. Today, what we find? Well, today we find two different aspects. One is minimalism. In minimalistic projects, they tend to use the material and give a lot of importance to the nature of material, but also to use them in a way to show the characteristic. If they use wood, the wood is brushed so that you can see the veneers. And this trend actually started many years ago, many decades ago. It was a trend of art, of contemporary art. It was a trend of pop art. Donald Judd is the first artist that used to work aiming for minimalism. And then in 1987, there was the first interior design that was a Calvin Klein showroom in New York by John Pawson. John Pawson is a British architect, and we can consider him the father of modern contemporary minimalism. But words can be used in many ways, and minimalism has been used so frequently that I had some friends that were asking me some advice for design, and they said, oh, we like something minimal, like IKEA. So we started from innovative art, and now we are using the same word for IKEA. What happened? Things are changing a lot. Another thing to consider that is about the performance is bioarchitecture, so sustainability. Sustainability, I think, could be a non-aesthetic, but really a question of matter, way of considering the honesty of material. So it's not more how they look like, but it's how they work and what they do good for us. Another thing important to say is that natural materials are still considered to be beautiful. With the digital technology, so we have seen before the making of tiles, ceramic tiles, it is based on the evolution of digital photography. We can have perfect images and transfer them on ceramic, laminates, and the look is really the same. Then maybe when you touch, you can have a different feeling, but most of the time the look is really similar. And so the question is, why is the market demanding these kind of finishes if we can do anything with digital technology? So I think that the reason is that everybody thinks that natural materials are beautiful, no matter if they are real or if they are obtained with another technology. And if we say, well, I may ask you, is there anybody of you that doesn't like wood? It's very difficult to find. Think of your friends. Everybody likes wood. So we have found a canon of beauty. So even in the Renaissance, they were looking for beauty. There was Vitruvio, Leonardo da Vinci. They were looking for the canons of beauty. But today, we don't think that we can find them because they are very different depending on different people, different countries. But there is something that all over the world is considered to be beautiful. And they are natural materials, and very often wood in particular. Wood, in fact, was the first material of civilization. Civilization was born because men started to use wood for fire and also as a tool. This is an image to give an idea about the contemporary minimalism. And you can see that the materials are very important. Bricks are bricks. There's no plaster. Wood is brushed, so you can perceive the texture of the material. And this is a bathroom. You can see a bathtub, and you see that everything in this space has been done with natural stone. This is the blue granite from Belgium. These projects are by Wiese van Duysen, that is another famous designer that is very minimalistic in his work. And the question is, well, is it comfortable to have edge to a bathtub like that? So it's difficult to answer. So now natural materials doesn't necessarily need to be functional. I think that this is functional to the idea. And I'm quite sure that the people living here is very happy about it. No matter if it is cold, if it is a difficult texture. Furthermore, if we could touch it, we would realize that it's not rough, it's smooth, because the new technologies with natural stone are introducing brushing with the rubber brushes. And the rubber brushes give to the surface the effect of something very smooth, something like an orange. So that's an innovation that we don't see. I mean, we see the result. It's very strong. We immediately catch it, but we have to know how it was done. So there is a lot of innovation, even for traditional material. What is this? It's quite obvious. What do you think it is? Tiles. Yeah, everybody's saying tiles. Why? I think it looks like wood. It should be. If I had shown this image 10, 15 years ago, everybody would say, well, what a silly question. Obvious, it's wood. No, as it's clear, these are tiles, ceramic tiles. But I want to point some details. Look, there are some imperfections. When we choose wood, generally for the clients, we want it to be perfect with a perfect veneer. And so why are they producing imperfection in the copy of wood? So this is very strange. But I think also there is here kind of wrinkle. So I think that in this way it is more natural. It looks more natural because there are the imperfections. And look, there are these diagonal lines. This is also the imitation of the process to cut the wood. This is the effect, the name of this effect is tranché. Tranché is very sophisticated when you're making an interior using wood. And so they show that. So not only the material, but also the way that we work with it. So, well, these are some considerations. So, imitative materials are a booming business. I have many contacts with producers. Very often I collaborate in research with them, together with university, and they all tell me that the effect-like materials are the best seller. In Italy in particular, the wood effect is the best seller, but also concrete effect, resin effect, obviously marble effect. And sometimes these products have an aesthetic quality that is more precisely defined than the natural one, because of course they can select the top. And here we can see another example. I took this picture in a commercial fair, and you can see that these tiles have an edge that looks handmade. It looks very irregular. It looks as if it was ancient and a bit slightly ruined. And in the middle, you see this line. This line, there were more panels, is showing that we can have different colors. But this is nature, is not possible. If I choose Carrara marble, is white. I cannot have it black, even if today somebody can do it. Yeah, and this is something that designer may like because it's much easier to find a palette of colors. So we don't have to be, how can I say, rigid. And I would like to define these new materials, whatever they're made of, as the new natural materials. And this category has some characteristic that we always find. For example, patterns are uneven, slightly rough or perfectly glossy. In India, the market, the people prefer glossy. In Italy, they prefer rough, but it's a question of trends. And then the colors are muted tones inspired by the landscape. It's important that I use this word, landscape, because actually the examples that we saw before cannot recall a specific material. It's the idea of stone, it's the idea of wood. And the color is the color of the landscape that somehow express this idea. And here we see another strange thing that we cannot have in nature. We saw before a video, well, I didn't know at all who was the company sponsor, so it's just by chance that we are talking about this. But we can see that the tiles have been curved. If this was natural stone, it would not be possible. We should start from a solid block and waste a lot of material to do it. But there are other considerations to do. For example, sustainability. This is the Portoro marble. Portoro marble is very elegant, and of course, it has been imitated by ceramic. And many marbles are becoming quite rare. So nature is giving us a quantity, and then when it's finished, it's finished. We don't have it any longer. And this happens quite often with the marbles from the past. This is a Baroque piece of furniture, and the top is made of a marble, looks like Portoro marble, and we don't have it. So if you go to Italy and you enter the palaces and you find beautiful inlays, if you go to churches, to San Pietro, to cathedrals, you find a lot of marbles that have run off. We have finished them. So they are not existing any longer in nature. I come from Milan. In Milan there is an important cathedral. It is in white marble, a marble coming not far from the place. And when they decided to build the cathedral, they said from these quarries, from these mines, all the material must go to the cathedral. No one else can use it. And now the material is finished. And pollution is very bad. So we have to take the statues away and substitute them with concrete ones and take the original in a storage or in a museum. So this is what happens with natural materials. Something else to consider is about the landscape. This is in Carrara. Carrara marble, everybody knows it, is white. When you go in this area, next to the mountains, you see that the top is white. And you think that it's snow. It really looks like snow. And you say, well, in August, how can it be snow? Actually, it's the action of man taking the material. Fortunately, there is a lot of Carrara marble, so we can have it for a long time. And this is the result on the nature. So the landscape is changing. And, well, in a way, some people likes it. And I think it's very nice to go and visit. There are some tours, organized tours to visit the mines. And they take you to a place and they say, well, here Michelangelo came to choose the marble for his statues. I don't think it's true, but I love to believe that. So the tradition. Another important consideration, so what is more sustainable if we compare marble and ceramic? For example, marble is a natural material, so in a way it's sustainable. The problem may be the landscape, but in some countries there are strict rules that ask to cover the mines with ground and trees. So that's not a big problem. Ceramic is made of clay, so it's a sustainable material. The only problem is about the energy that is necessary to create it. We need high pressure, high temperature, more than 1,300 degrees, Celsius degrees. So there is use of energy. But then if we use it in a mindful way, we think that it should last, then durability becomes an important element of sustainability. Well, now I want to show you some innovative projects that are designers that are trying to get inspiration from nature, but also to do something new. This is Diego Grandi. Diego Grandi is a friend, is a designer, and he's the art director of Lea Ceramica, an important brand in Italy. And as art director, of course, he has to take care of the market. That's why he chose wood. But he defined a new pattern. So the idea of this project was to have wood. Of course, people want it. Maybe architects don't like it very much, the imitation. But here, there's no problem. This is something else. The name of this collection is Type 32 because there are many patterns that can be put together and have a huge number of combinations. So I don't think that this is a bestseller, but I think it's a very interesting example of innovation, design innovation. And this is a design by Nendo, the famous Japanese designer. At the first glance, we see that this is a wooden table. But then if we look better, we see that it's slightly transparent. And even the name, transparent wood table, which is impossible. In fact, it's made of acrylic. But the idea of the designer was to be ironic about this. He wanted to do something sophisticated. So it's the project, not the technology. It's the way that you use it that makes a good project. And so we have a texture that really is interesting, but at the same time, we get surprised if we look better. Always by Nendo, another project, Alcantara wood. Alcantara, maybe some of you know this product, is a synthetic fabric from an Italian company. It was invented in the 80s, and it is very resistant, especially it was used for car interiors. Now the company is pushing this material also in interior design. And here in the sketch, you can see exactly the idea of the designer. Every year, they ask to a famous designer to make a concept design. And look, Nendo made a kind of cylinder looking like a tree, and then he cut it. And he obtained these tiles that have the feeling of wood. And if you touch them, they are soft. I remember that I saw this table before knowing it. It was presented during the design week, and it was far. And I said, oh, nice finish. It looks like it's wood with maybe an acid, maybe a kind of special paint. Then I went there to touch it, and it was incredible. It was an incredible surprise. Of course, this is a prototype. It cannot go on the market. And during that visit, I was with some students of the master, and I have to say that in the master of SPD, Scuola Politecnica di Milano, in 30 students, 5 or 6 are from India. So there is a strong interest and a strong community of Indian students coming to Milan. Another picture. And I think this is a beautiful design. To understand it, you need to read the name. You understand the project when you read the name. The poetry, this is pure poetry. Deep sea. So it's not just a blue library. It's not just a blue furniture. And this company is very close to my studio, and they say that to create this laminated glass with different shades, they had to study a lot. So this is nature. This is another way to approach nature. And this is another interior in Dubai. This is the showroom for Moncler. Moncler is a producer of jackets, especially for ski. And of course, they absolutely needed a showroom in Dubai because everybody skis in Dubai. And yeah, it's in the desert. But as they were in the desert, they needed to recreate the feeling of the mountains. So they used real blocks of marble to create this kind of scenario. And now the question is, it's not the problem of the material that you choose. It's the problem how you use it. So this is not sustainable. They took the material, certainly, probably in Italy or in Europe. Then they transported to Arabia Saudita. And so there was a lot of energy. And then these kind of shops, how long do they last? 5 years, if we are lucky. So this is certainly not sustainable. Well, I have to say that I love the idea. I mean, I always have to say that I'm also a teacher, and teachers sometimes are a bit rigid. You know? They say, we want to see the idea. And this is perfect. There is an idea. But is it a sustainable idea? Is it the best that we can do? Even if it's beautiful. Look at this image and then tell me, now we will talk about perception. Look at this image and tell me what you perceive. Stare it. It's moving. Yeah, I see many of you that say they make this movement. It looks like it's rotating, but this image is steady. This image creates the idea of movement. Now I will show you another, this one. This is an ancient floor. And in this ancient floor, we have the perception that light is coming. So it becomes like the illusion of a three-dimensional surface, even if it's flat. Why does it happen? It happens because our brain, our visual system, has some special cells that perceive light, that perceive horizontal line, that perceive vertical lines, perceive color, and then the brain puts everything together, and we have the final image. This image and the other one, they are working with something that happens in the brain. Humans are used to perceive the light coming from a side, oblique, because this is the natural light of the sun. So this is the reason why this illusion looks like it's moving and why this interior looks like it's three-dimensional. And now we have new frontiers to find something more about this. And this is thanks to neuroimaging. Neuroimaging is the scanning of the brain of a living person. And so you can show a material, a project, and see which is the reaction. We have now a map of the brain, so we know in which position there are the emotions. It was also a film by Walt Disney, and this is true. So we can say, because maybe when we show to somebody a material, they don't say the truth. This is saying always the truth. So companies, they call it neuromarketing, and they are using it more and more. In interiors, it happens in retail. So you understand where is the best position for the products. And There is an Indian scientist, Semir Zeki, that was the first one, he works in Great Britain, to talk about neuroaesthetic. He has a strong passion for art, but he is a neuroscientist. And so he decided to merge the two things, art and science, and is looking for the canons of beauty. So he's trying to understand if all of us have the same mechanism that perceive beauty. This can be very important for the future. In the 60s, Noam Chomsky was another important philosopher, was looking for the same thing about language, was looking if there are some mechanisms that are the same for everybody. And today, there is this scientist that is studying this thing. I really recommend to read this book. It is really fascinating. Splendors and Miseries of the Brain. It has been translated in all languages. What do you see here? Again, so many questions. Pac-Man. Did I hear Pac-Man? Yeah. There is in fact, there are 3 circles with a broken part, and this composition creates a triangle. There's no triangle, but everybody sees a triangle. And this happens because our brain is completing the image. Now we see some projects that work with perception. For example, this was an installation during the Design Week in Milan, and the idea of the designer was starting from this kind of concept. When I see this image, I think that is a circle and a square. Actually, it could be something like this. And he made these voids, and he put these shirts in different shades of color in order to give the idea that there is a magic fluid that colors the shirts. It's more evident here. So it's like if they are dyeing the shirts, but there is no material. This is about perception, the application of the studies of perception in interior design, in a very ironic way. Look at these doors. Do we all see 3 doors? Very classical. Now, I'm curious to open them. These are the real doors. So there is a mismatch. And this is a psychiatric clinic, which makes sense. It makes sense. The idea of the designer, there is an explanation. You say, oh, I'm not a doctor, I don't try to teach anything to the doctors. But he says, when somebody has a problem, a mental problem, is not, for example, depression, is not able to see the reality in a different way, from a different angle. And this project is showing to everybody that they can look at the reality from a different angle, in a different way. And so it's also funny. Now I will talk about a couple of projects of mine. So I've been the researcher, now I will talk more as a designer. And this is a very recent project where I was a consultant. And the peculiar thing of this project, you see that there is a long list of designers. It was even longer. And I've been working with Impronta. Impronta is an agency composed by doctors, psychologists, neurobiologists, and architects and designers. And it was formed 1 year ago, so it's something very new. And what we try to do is to translate what the new discoveries of science into projects and see if we can somehow have more comfort. Well, I'm not going back to rationalism. I'm not going back to functionalism. I'm not saying that if we discover how the brains work, then the project is done. Creativity is always the first thing. This is an office, in an office building. It was the 4th floor. There is a lot of natural light. This is the offices for Arup. I guess that many of you know Arup is one of the most important studios for engineering in the world. They have many offices and something like 12,000 employees. And they are mostly engineers, and that's why they ask, it's a bit strange, no? Engineers that ask to designer to do their office. And we concentrated on the transition space that you can see in yellow. So that was an experiment for us. And the experiment, we had a brief, and then there was a study by the doctors. And they came to us designer with 3 concepts. One is attention restoration theory that say that attention can be restored by environments with specific properties. Which ones? For example, self-fascination. And this can be involuntary. So we don't realize, but actually some spaces are interesting. They draw attention, or they give you the sensation to be away. The second element is the place attachment. Place attachment is very important to feel comfortable in a space. The studies in this field started between the attachment between the mother and the baby. Then they went on between the home and the people, which is quite primitive and important. And place attachment is something you create like cognitive maps of the space. And finally, stress recovery. Everybody is stressed at work. So how can we recover? How can we have a positive stimuli and not there are some physical problems, like, for example, if a light is wrong, too strong, too low, and this may affect very much the comfort of the space. Then we divided the space in 3 areas. In the orange areas, we decided to work on attention restoration theory, which is involuntary and it's very fast. 40 seconds of exposure time may be enough to give a good sensation. In the central part, we were working more on place attachment. So the space has a lot of light. There is also an issue about sustainability. All the furniture, there are many informal areas for informal work and meetings, are made with second-hand furniture. So to be sustainable. Yeah, informal spaces. And the next step, consider that this is an experimental project. So maybe there are more beautiful things with a stylish, but the aim of this project was somehow to reach these ideas. And so, working together with the medics, we arrived to a list of issues to be done in the project. For example, visual connection with nature. Well, this was the easiest because we simply put some plants and vegetation in the space. And the building is facing only on one side a park. So we decided to put some tables, not a fixed position, spaces where people can go and maybe simply take a break and look out. But also there is a non-visual connection with nature that can be haptic, olfactory. And so we introduced a vegetable garden. And the employees, the people, take care of this garden in the office. So this is a way to create a place attachment, to create new habits. Then another issue is about complexity and order. Well, the budget was really small, so we left many areas without false ceiling, and that could be the complexity, and the order can be, for example, this row of table and seats, or in that picture there is the structure of the ceiling, the modular, flexible pieces of furniture, but at the same time everything is very informal and in a way complex. Well, this is quite literal, luminosity to create an effect of dynamic and diffuse light. So these are metaphorical clouds with indirect light. And we know that this kind of light, generally the natural one, can create good effects on the senses. Material connection with nature, and we used wood, also recomposed wood, and something that anyway gives the idea of this material. In this case, it was the original. Non-rhythmic sensory stimuli is in the ceiling, for example. We decided to hang these fabrics, and the section of each of them is always different. So it's a rhythm, but we deny the rhythm by the shape of the fabric. And also some claddings like these ceramics were fragmented in order to give this idea. Prospect is about the view, what you see. Well, we could not do much about this because it was the work of architects to design the building. Anyway, we tried to make possible some views so that people can understand where they are in the building. It's easy for them to understand that always in every position of the building. So this also makes people feel safe. Refuge. Sometimes we want to take a break. It could be just individual, like in the picture to the right, and it can be a break, in this case, surrounded by plants. Or it can be a place for small groups, like this structure that is like a small building inside the building, a wooden structure, when people can, how can I say, withdraw from the main flow, but at the same time, they can decide to work there. So it's not necessarily disengaging. Another picture. Another research is saying that when we have floors of different colors, for example, one is gray, one is white, the brain perceives it as a step, even if it is flat. So generally, by research, we have been told that light floors looks higher than dark ones. And so it was very simple to do it. And actually, I think it looks like. So the white part is the transition area that we design, and this is the office space. So it's not really a limit, but actually color can give a clear idea of the layout and the organization of the work. Biomorphic forms and patterns, these were decorations that we applied in different areas. So we looked for patterns that can be found in nature, that can be also touched. And the last one is the mystery. So the idea that there is something that you can discover, something that is lightly hidden. And so simply we use some tents. If they need privacy, of course they can close them, but they can also leave them like this. And so you perceive that in that space you can feel more intimate. And well, this was the last some general images, because of course in the end we have to consider the final effect. Yeah, it's really a strange project because we force ourselves to work in a different way. And it is the first one that we are doing like this. So maybe in the future we'll do even better. Now I will show you Another project is an office space. Well, this was done a couple of years ago, so it's in a way more traditional, even if some ideas are coming. In this case, the situation was an industrial building, and we had to build a building inside the building. So it's a kind of interior with some architectural elements. And originally, this building was for production. And the new clients, that is a company that creates fire extinguishing solutions, wanted to have new offices, but also to keep a part for production of plants. And well, the space, the building is not very interesting, but inside the space is quite good because it's wide, there are not many pillars, and there is natural light. This is one of the first sketches of this internal facade. This is the facade of the new building looking to the production. This is the idea, the concept. So the red is the new structure and the new facade. Oops. Then another thing that we made quite close to psychology was to work around the brief. This is a diagram of the different departments. And well, the owner of the company was really visionary. He said, well, I choose my manager because I think that they can do things well. I trust them. And so he said, go and talk to each of them and see what they say. So everyone had different ideas, not very easy. But they were all good people. It was very nice to work with them. And then we spent a lot of time before starting the project defining the layout and the program. So finally, you can see in gray is the light gray, the production, and then the offices, which are all different because the people is different and the functions are different. This is the construction of the structure, of the new structure. And you can see in the background that is made with concrete. But a part of it, the blue part, is made in metal. And this was really a strange situation. The owner of the company had this structure in the previous headquarters. And so he said, why should we waste it? Well, when we made the project, we say it's much easier to use just one technology, make everything with concrete, and that's finished. But he said, well, I could sell this structure, but I wouldn't get much. I don't want to waste the material. So the sustainability came also from the clients. And so we used it. And of course, it was a bit more complicated. This is the internal facade, the making of. And even in this office, for the Italian standards, you can have offices without natural light, only artificial. But we didn't want. That's why we made a kind of facade with large windows facing the production, but also getting some natural light. Here in this plan, you can see that there are these dotted lines. The idea was to have the maximum flexibility. There are no corridors. We were given a lot of functions, including a school. There are many courses made by this company. So they have guests and they needed an auditorium. There is a foyer, there is a bar, there is a reception. And in order not to waste the space, everything is, every space is one next to the other. And so we use the ceiling to give the direction. Well, we didn't do it with a psychologist, yeah, but it is about this kind of idea. This is the entrance, and so you are pushed in. That's the bar, and so the attention is in the direction of the big window. This is the construction, then we used the different materials, and we played with black, white, and gray. The floor is an industrial concrete floor. They wanted to keep this natural attitude. And this is the cladding of the main foyer. And we used the ceramic. For the first time, I used a ceramic that may remind of a natural stone. So why? Well, first of all, and I won a national prize for this project. The first idea was to do something durable. So this company will go on with the new generations. So we expect it to grow, maybe, to open new headquarters, new branches, but this will be always the core. So a durable space. Then it looks like we can say it could be a stone, but actually there's no stone with this kind of texture of these dimensions. So what we designed was the pattern, the choice of the pattern, and not the imitation of nature. I think that architects could work, an interior designer, much more with producer in order to have new finishes. These are the sections. We studied the sections in order to have not many cuts, not to waste the material. So the slabs are 3 by 1, and whenever it was possible, we used them entire. Here is a scheme with the idea of circularity in the space. And this is what we see at the entrance. Actually, it's very minimal. I didn't mean to be so minimal. The idea was to be kind of industrial, to give the idea of something technical. And when you enter, the space is very clean, very simple. But then I think there is the mystery I was talking about. You move and you start to understand there is something else. And when you are in the space, you perceive that it is big. You have long perspectives and natural light all over. So the layout was designed for this scope. Another detail. The stair, we didn't have much money, but we preferred to design it, so we had to do something very simple in metal, painted white, and there is a pattern of dots that is working with light. We have artificial lighting in the handrails, so it gives this kind of glare, and we feel that the inner part is much lighter than the exterior. And here you see there is no other light in this picture, but it looks like the stair lights by itself. A drawing. And this is a picture during the day with natural light. I like the fact that natural light creates passing through the panels of the stairs. When you go up, this is the view that you have. You see the auditorium and the offices above. Well, there is a strange thing. You see there is a container. This is a mock-up. It's a kind of showroom. In the container, we didn't have the space to make a real showroom. So we just put the container by side of the auditorium, and the client puts all the technology inside. Then what they do is to take it out. All the glass walls are movable. You can open them. The container has small wheels. You can take it out, and then they burn it because they want to show how to extinguish the fire. So it was a very strange brief. The bar, closed, open. Yeah, so the container has to pass here. So even the floor had to be reinforced because of the weight of this component. Some details. For the ceiling, we used the felt also to absorb sound, these profiles. And the red was the color, can I say, an accent of color that we can have almost everywhere in the design. Then finally the client asked to design the environmental graphics. I'm not a graphic designer. In the studio, it happens that we are asked, so we do that. And we went on working on the circle. This was the idea for the entrance. and there are two panels, and it looks like there is a window inside a glass panel. So as I said in the beginning, glass can give different effects. And this is the effect, a kind of illusion. So it looks like a portion of the first glass have been moved behind. And this is a space for informal meetings that they have. Can also be used for the bar. This was important. When you rise the stair and you see inside the offices, and you see the leg of people, you see the beam, you see the cables. So we wanted to create a gradient. And this is an adhesive gradient, in black in this case, in order to have this effect of gradual transition towards transparency. Always using the same concept, this from inside. This is the meeting room. In this case, the gradient was rotated of 90 degrees because they said, we don't want people that arrive, this is also the landing of the stair, and see inside. But if people can enter, then there's no problem if they can see. This is the corridor. In this case, the brief was, we don't want people that pass through the corridor to see the monitors. I don't know why. They don't want people, guests, to see the work that they are doing. This is the design. So we tried, even if we are not graphic designer, to define all the details and also to give a sense of space, to use the graphic not only to give the information about where to go, but also to create a space. And this was the last one. I thank you for attention. If there are questions, I'm here to answer.
The volunteers, if you could please assist with the mics. If anyone has any questions, please raise your hands. Can we have a show of hands if there are any questions? We have one here.
Hello, sir. For the Arup office, which you have designed, and I really liked it, are you going to do the research on the people who are working and asking them so that you come to know whether what you have thought is really making sense to the people who are working there also?
Yes, we will use these people as a tester. Yes, for the tester. We are going to make an investigation maybe in the next month to understand how the space is used, if it works. And yeah, feedback is absolutely important.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe the manager of the next company, what do you think? You showed something that is really in the trend. Well, something important I want to say. I'm not making any judgment. So I'm not saying what's best, what's worse. I know that architects like me with a traditional background we are made for natural materials. But I understand, and in fact I use them, that the world is going in a different direction. The world made of images. And so images can create a new idea of nature.
Do we have any questions?
Hello, sir. The presentation was indeed insightful. I have a question. So, with the recent norms in Europe, there is a whole wave of sustainability going on, specifically in the Europe. And today in the presentation, we were discussing about how marble is being replaced by, or we have an alternative to marble with the tiles that we discussed. And then there is an analogy that sustainability is about circularity. So my question is, these natural materials are biodegradable and they come from the nature and go back from the nature. But when we're using ceramic tiles, what about the circularity and what after their usage?
Yeah, it's important. This is something that is new. So when I was making the projects, I was asking to the manufacturers about their products. And so when possible, I used the products with the best certifications. And so I was talking and say, we had in a project to remove the existing and say, you will reuse it. And he said, no, we cannot, because the products that were made 20 years ago had a composition that we don't know. And so they can be toxic. So it's difficult. So what we and you, that you are young, can do now will be recyclable in the future. This will be important. And I would say that it's also very important to make things that can be dismounted. Because if we use glue, then it's difficult to separate the materials.
Yes, sir, indeed. And I've never been to Europe, but that's what I've heard, that the buildings there are not externally changed, but they are internally renovated and regenerated. So with these upcoming materials, are these materials only finding its implications in the interiors to achieve sustainability, or we look forward to making buildings externally also dealt with these materials?
Yeah, this is always the big problem. When we work in interiors, most of the time, the building is there. Architecture lasts for a longer time. Interiors do not last. There was an investigation in Italy to the families, and they were asked, how long do you think your home will last? And everybody said, 20 years, 25 years. Then the research demonstrated that 5, 10 years is the durability. Then people is tired and they want to change. So it's a question of behavior, not only of design, but of behavior. If we are able to make spaces that may last longer, because they are durable, so it's a question of performances, durable, easy to clean, and also maybe we can think about the design. Maybe we can change just a few details. For a while I was working with an interior decorator. He studied laws, so something totally different, but he didn't want to be a lawyer, so he changed. It became an interior decorator, very good, based on his own individual taste. And one day he said, oh, come to my home. I've changed the colors, everything. I went there, and now it's green. Actually, there were some cushions, the lamps, only details, few things. But when you enter, of course, it was very, very good, you had the perception of a color. So that can be a field of design. Thank you.
We can take one last question. Yeah.
Thank you. So as you are a professor and you are teaching so many students, what are the 5 things you would guide us and your students to follow for any design project? What are the important 5 factors that should be there in the mind as a priority to have the design process?
Yeah, this is a very difficult question, and I can say not many people know that I wrote a book. I got the contract a few days ago, and so it will come before the end of the year. Unfortunately, only in Italian at the beginning, and it is exactly about this. I don't have rules, actually, but I'm saying the main idea is that until now, we have been working on the project. Now we have to work on the designer. Of course, teachers do that, and it's a big responsibility, but also each designer should know himself And in this book, I'm talking about experience, about theory. Theory in the past was a kind of rule. Today, theory can be a navigator, a series of examples. So what I suggest more is try to live intensively, to be curious. I'm not the first to say this. There is a person much more famous than me that say to be foolish, to be, you know. And basically, I would work, when I work with students, I try to let them explore their own ideas. And I try not to change them. So if they go in a wrong direction, then of course I say, now stop. But generally, I try to be very, very democratic.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for answering the questions and for your lovely presentation. I'm sure we all got a new, novel and sustainable lens to look at materials and finishes. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Thank you, sir. You left us all behind with some true meanings of sustainability in terms of material innovation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come towards the end of IIDC Day 2. And now we will begin with the valedictory session. I would request Architect Anshuman Sharma to please be on the dais.
Okay, so this is the only small fault these girls have made. They weren't supposed to call me.
Thank you. We would now like to invite all the NEC members to please be on the stage as we announce their names. We would like to start with IIID President-elect and Treasurer, Architect Jignesh Modi, to please be on the stage. I would request IIID JRC Advisor, Architect Dheeraj Jamaria, to kindly come up on the stage and felicitate the NEC members. IIID Honorary Secretary, Architect Shamini Shankar Ma'am, we would request you to please be on the stage. IIID NEC member and IIID JRC past chairman, Architect Anshuman Sharma, please be on the dais, sir. IIID NEC member, Architect Leena Nimbalkar, Architect Mehul Kandar, Architect Sundan Jay Varghese, and last but not the least, Architect Neeraj Shah to also please be on the stage. I would also request Ma'am Sunita Varghese to please be on the dais. I would request all the members to please be on the stage. These are the people who've shaped IIDC 2023, so we would request you to continue the applause and keep it going.
I request Jignesh sir to please stay back on the stage. Jignesh sir. Yeah. I would now like to invite founder chairperson, IIID JRC chapter, architect Pramod Jain on stage. I would request Jignesh sir to please felicitate him. Can we have a round of applause for this event is being conducted in this beautiful auditorium designed by Sir.
Thank you, sir. And now it's time that we felicitate the people who took after him from the grassroots level to this level where IIID chapter stands today, our JRC advisors, Architect Sanjay Kothari, Architect Rajendra Puri, and Architect Dheeraj Jamaria. I would request NEC member and immediate past chairperson, Architect Anshuman Sharma, to please be on the stage for their felicitation.
Is Sunita Verghese and Leena Nimbalkar NEC members here in the auditorium? No, they are not here. Okay.
We will continue with JRC advisors' felicitation. Sir, please be on the stage for their felicitation. Architect Sanjay Kothari, Architect Rajendra Puri, and Architect Dheeraj Jamaria. Please come up on the stage. If they're not here momentarily, we may proceed with the felicitation of Architect Dheeraj Jamaria first.
I would request Architect Sheetal Agarwal to please come on the stage and felicitate our Triple ID chairpersons. As I call out the names, please come up on the stage. IIIT Ahmedabad, Architect Ashish S. Gurnani. I apologize, it's IIIT Ahmednagar. Apologies. IIT Mumbai, Architect Hasmukh S. Shah. IIT Nashik, Architect Vaishali R. Pradhan. Can we keep the applause going? IIT Pune chapter, Anjali E. Bari. IIT Marathwada, Architect Annalise A. Kabra. IIT Hyderabad, Architect Manoj Wahi. IIT Vishakhapatnam, Architect Suresh K. Bandar. Bandara, I'm sorry. IIT Bharuch, Architect K. Bush. You do. Sorry. From IIT Bharuch, we have Maitri Buch. IIT Charotar, Architect Atish B. Patel. IIT Saurashtra, Sherry K. Trivedi. IIT Surat, Rupesh D. Kapadia. IIT Vadodara, Architect IIT Bhopal, Ravish M. Merchant. Ravisha M. Merchant from IIT Bhopal. IIT Indore, Architect Sheetal P. Kapade. Kapade. IIT Lucknow, Architect Vishal Jain. IIT Chandigarh, Ashika Vashisht. Ashima Vashisht. IIT Bangalore, Architect Kavita S. Sastri. IIT Chennai, Ravi Meenakshi Sundaram. IIT Goa, Architect Krishna P. Faldesai. IIT Nagpur, Arundhati S. Sathe. IIT Ahmedabad, Architect Vatsal C. Joshi. I'm sorry if I messed up any names, I apologize, but our heartfelt gratitude to all the chairmen who were able to make it. Okay. Baroda. I would like to invite architect Birju Dikshit from Triple ID chapter Baroda.
From IIT Thane, we would request architect Sandeep Joshi to please be here.
I would also request architect Mohammad Nisar from IIT Mangalore to please come upon the stage.
A huge round of applause, please. These are the people who make IIIT Nationals. I would request the most said name in the past 5 minutes, Architect Sheetal, to please stay back on the stage. I would now request on stage Architect Tushar Sugani and team from IIA Rajasthan chapter. IIA, Indian Institute of Architects. Please welcome them with a huge, huge round of applause.
Next, I would like to call upon representatives from iSolar to please come on the stage. I would request Jikesh from IPA to please come on the stage. Jikesh sir to please come on the stage.
I would request Architect Manish Thakuria to please take it on his behalf. A huge round of applause, please. I would now request from Vicky, our dearest Architect Shalini Gehlot, to please be on the stage. On her behalf, I would request Architect Shamini ma'am to please take the memento. I would now request Architect Kavita Jain to please come up on the stage. Ma'am keeps her morning all pumped up with her heritage walk. And I would request Architect Manish Thakuria, Joint Honorary Secretary, to please come on the stage for her felicitation. Architect Kavita ma'am, are you here? Architect Nishal sir, are you here? Please come up on the stage and receive the memento on behalf of your beloved wife.
I would like to invite Ma'am Shikha Singh on stage to do the felicitations. As I call out the name, if the institute heads are here, please step up on the stage, or a student representative. JCRC.
Anybody here from JCRC? Please come up on the stage. All of you can come, whoever are here. Next, we would require students or representative from IDT. This is JECRC taking the memento. Next is IDT. Anybody from IDT? Next, I would request representative from Arts College. Representatives from Arts College, anybody? NIFD. Moving ahead, Nivara Academy. Any representatives from Nivara Academy? Please fasten your steps. Next college, Purnima University, anybody? Last call for Purnima University. Moving ahead, from Vivekananda Global University.
Thank you, Shikha ma'am. Thank you. I would like to invite Juhi ma'am on stage to do the felicitations. I would also invite Sunil sir on stage.
Just for the information, after the valedictory is over, there will be a recorded session of Sanjay Puri being played for the students and whoever is interested to attend. So once the high tea is over, you're required to come back to the auditorium for the session. Next, we call upon representative from Scale-Yak. Anybody from Scale-Yak? Last call. Next, we have Ayojan. After Ayojan, Color Roots. Anybody from Color Roots? Representative from Purnama. Representative from Surface Reporter. Representative from VCD University, Udaipur. Anybody from VCD? Representative from Manipal University. We would request Purnima College representative for the felicitation, please. Representative from Amity University. Amity. I would quickly call upon names of whose representative we do not have. Scale-Yak, Surface Reporter, VCD University of Udaipur. If anybody is here, please raise your hand. Thank you. I would now request Mr. Yunus Khumani, sir, to please be on the stage. A huge round of applause for the senior person. From Voice of Dunes, I would request Mr. Satyajit to please be on the stage. Sir, we're honored for all the contribution that you've made to IIDC 2023 through the exhibitions, where you've got work of esteemed people presented: Padma Bhushan M. F. Hussain, Padma Shri Ram Kumar, Padma Shri Thota Vaikuntham, Padma Bhushan Jogendra Chaudhary, and Padma Shri Jodhia Bai. Thank you, sir, for your contribution. We're really honored.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite on stage IID Chennai chairperson Ravi Meenakshi Sundaram on stage. All JRC members are requested to come on the stage as I call out their names. Convener IIDC, Chairman IID JRC Architect Sheetal Kumar Agarwal, NEC member IID Architect Anshuman Sharma, Chairman-elect IID JRC Architect Kshitij Manu, Vice Chairman Mr. Tulsi Ram Modi, Honorary Secretary Architect Ashish Kala, Joint Secretary Architect Manish Thakuria, Treasurer Mr. Sandeep Jain, MC member Shikha Singh, Managing Committee member Ms. Juhi Kedia, Managing Committee member Mr. Anshul Modi, Managing Committee member Architect Sunil Jain, and Managing Committee member Mr. Vivek Gupta. Please come on the stage.
This is very great gesture of Ravi ji. At every convention, he used to offer these things to every MC member of every chapter. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
GRC is...
Yes.
Because you people have suffered a lot, and I'm just only giving a small part.
Pan.
Can we have a round of applause? I would request Architect Ashish Kala to please be on the stage. I would now request our exhibitors to please be on the stage as I announce their name. LED LUM. Any representative? Mitsubishi. Amardeep Design. Vox. Orvi. White Lion. Pear. Texture and Hues. Kava. Badaya's Kitchen. RK Lifts. Stone Trends. Rukmini Homes.
Hello. I think all the exhibitors are there in the stalls. So we will do the felicitation at the stall itself. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. With this, we come to the end of day 2, and I would invite Architect Kshitij Manu, Chairman-elect, to please deliver a vote of thanks as a formal wrap-up of day 2.
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन। मेरा आप सबसे अनुरोध है, सबसे ज़रूरी काम इस पूरे 2 दिनों का अब होने वाला है। इतने सारे लोगों ने हमारी मदद करी है, ये समय और ये लाइनें बहुत कम हैं उन सब के लिए। On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for being a part of IIDC and making it a truly memorable event. Over the past 2 days, we have been privileged to witness the brilliance and expertise of some incredible speakers. Architect Colin Ball, Architect Sanjay Puri, Architect Carl Almeida, and Architect Alessandro Villa, who have traveled from across the seas at a very short notice, which not only reflects their passion for design, but also their commitment to give it back to the society. I would be failing in my duties if I did not mention the value added by our eminent panelists and learned moderators of the panel discussions. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to our IIID President-elect cum Treasurer Mr. Jignesh Ji Modi and the members of the IIID National Executive Committee. Their presence here today is greatly appreciated and adds immense value to this event. Of course, a big thank you to all the current chairpersons and immediate past chairpersons who have traveled from across the country to be with us for celebrating IIDC 2023. On the behalf of the IIID JRC, I would also like to take a moment to express my gratitude towards our principal sponsors, Bollywood, and co-sponsors Hans Grohe, CLKM, Nexion, and Decor Pro Asian Paints. We are also grateful to all members of JRC Managing Committee, extended committees, various head of institutional departments, exhibitors, artisans, volunteers who have worked day and night to bring this spectacle to you all. Your support and contribution have played a crucial role in making IIDC 2023 a reality. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Gyanji Sweet and Caterers and our photographers for your exceptional service and contributions to our event. Your dedication and professionalism made a significant impact, and we are grateful for your invaluable support. Lastly, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Event Shapers LLP and his entire team, especially Avantika, from their dedication, hard work, and tireless effort, and unwavering commitment to excellence, which were evident throughout the entire process of setting up this event. We are truly thankful to our new star MOCs, Devanshi and Radhika. Thank you very much. We are truly thankful to you all for your esteemed presence and support. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.